Chapter 433. As soon as Han Wuxiu finished speaking, the other special envoys beside him could no longer tolerate Li Zongjiu's arrogance. However, Li Zongjiu was not afraid at all as he faced these people who rushed towards him. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent the two of them flying away. These special envoys were only grade 1 to grade 3 origin ancestors. How could they be a match for Li Zongjiu? How dare you attack the special envoys? You're courting death. Han Wuxiu immediately drew his sword and slashed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Sword qi surged in Han Wuxiu's hand. Li Zongjiu, who was in front of Han Wuxiu, rushed in front of him and grabbed the sword in Han Wuxiu's hand. Han Wuxiu was shocked. In this moment of shock, Li Zongjiu had already grabbed Han Wuxiu's sword. You blind thing! Li Zongjiu swung his hand and sent Han Wuxiu's sword flying. Then, he gave Han Wuxiu a slap. No one dared to believe it. Who would have thought that such a scene would happen? Slap! This slap was crisp and clear. It shocked everyone. The scene seemed to have fallen into silence. 4 fingerprints appeared on Han Wuxiu's face. It was scarlet and eye-catching. No one dared to believe that Han Wuxiu had been beaten up. This son-in-law of the Sima family, who might even become the successor of the Sima family in the future, was also the commander with the most potential and drive in the Special Envoys department. If he continued at this speed, he would be promoted very soon. No matter who it was, they would only want to curry favor with such a promising young man. But now, he had been slapped in the face. How could Han Wuxiu still have any face left in the world? When Zhao Jingxian saw this slap, he felt as if someone had chopped him in half with an axe. Such a situation had already caused Zhao Jingxian to be on the verge of collapse. After all, even Zhao Jingxian was helpless in such a situation. He was powerless to reverse the situation. It turned out that in front of this truly arrogant person, he was so weak and lowly. The arrogance and despotism he had played before was completely like playing a monkey. This was a true hero. Song Jieyu, who was sitting in her seat, saw Li Zongjiu slap Han Wuxiu because of her angle. At that moment, Song Jieyu thought she was dreaming because such a thing would never happen in reality. How could such a thing happen? Han Wuxiu was a man with a bright future in the Special Envoy department. He was also one of the most capable men in this generation. The Special Envoy of Iron and Blood was a real cold-faced killer. No prisoner had ever been able to endure 3 days in front of Han Wuxiu. They would definitely confess within 3 days. Even Han Wuxiu himself had outstanding achievements. When he first joined the Special Envoy department, he had solved a major case and attracted everyone's attention. But now, such a person was slapped in front of Li Zongjiu. Where did that guy come from? At this moment, even Song Jieyu could not help but sigh. What right did Li Zongjiu have to be so fearless, so arrogant and despotic? He was so unreasonable. Han Wuxiu was stunned by the slap. Han Wuxiu naturally knew what he was going through. He was the commander of the Special Envoy department and the son-in-law of the Sima family. Although he was the son-in-law of the Sima family, he was still a son-in-law and could be considered half a son. Now, he was slapped by Li Zongjiu. He did not know that in this huge monarch city, there was no one that he, Han Wuxiu, did not dare to capture or punish. You're courting death. Han Wuxiu immediately unleashed his elemental energy. Li Zongjiu stepped forward and kicked Han Wuxiu's abdomen. A surge of elemental energy penetrated Han Wuxiu's body. Just this move alone was enough for Han Wuxiu to bear. Han Wuxiu's body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground, right in front of Su Yan and the others. Protect, sir. The guards beside him thought that someone had attacked them. When they saw clearly, they saw that it was the commander who had been kicked away and landed on the ground. Commander! All of a sudden, many people saw it. Li Zongjiu had actually sent someone flying with a kick. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the person he was kicking was none other than Han Wuxiu. Seeing this, the special envoys immediately rushed toward Li Zongjiu. This time, Li Zongjiu did not need to take action. Koan Erasher stepped forward. Facing the attacks of more than 10 special envoys, Koan Arashi's moves were skillful and easy. He easily blocked all of them. When he was free, he would also take down a few of them. "Stop, who is causing trouble here?" Sima Xingyan said in a deep voice. If they were to continue fighting, then his special envoy division's reputation would be completely lost. After all, the one who attacked was only a young man. Their department head was personally here, but he was still killed by the other party. Looking at the people lying on the ground, it was tragic. More than 10 of them could not even defeat one person. And in front of Sima Xingyan. Of course, Sima Xingyan felt ashamed. Some of the special envoys retreated with bruises on their faces. Han Wuxiu, who was lying on the ground, was also helped up. He was actually unable to move after being kicked by Li Zongjiu. Han Wuxiu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. This was simply inconceivable. Could Li Zongjiu be a Yuan monarch elite? Only a Yuan monarch elite would be able to unleash such power with a single kick. "Sir, there must be something wrong with these 3 people." Han Wuxiu clutched his abdomen. His face was ashen. Obviously, the pain was unbearable. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside Sima Xingyan stepped forward and patted Han Wuxiu's shoulder twice. This made Han Wuxiu's situation a little better. However, the red mark on his face was deliberately left by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, it would be difficult for it to disappear in a short period of time. Department Head Sima, these 3 are students of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. The leader is a newly promoted Imperial Alchemist. Imperial Alchemist. A ray of light flashed in Sima Xingyan's eyes. Recently, the Imperial bestowal had caused quite a stir. A few days ago, Meng Yu, who had participated in the alchemy competition, was actually killed by a wild beast on his way back. Of course, according to the situation at the scene, the person who had attacked that day must have been someone else. Han Wuxiu also understood Li Zongjiu's identity at this moment. He was actually the legendary Imperial Alchemist. Although this was only a token issued under the supervision of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, it was indeed a 3rd-grade position. In terms of official position, it was indeed higher than Han Wuxiu's. Chapter 434. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. However, everyone knew that Han Wuxiu's identity was not as simple as a commander. Li Zongjiu's slap on Han Wuxiu's face was actually a slap on Sima Xingyan's face. Sima Xingyan was someone who had once fought against Yi Lantian. If Sima Xingyan had not divided the world with Yi Lantian, the outside world would have long become Yi Lantian's world. Therefore, Sima Xingyan also had the power to shout and fight. This could be seen from this point. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. It was a pity that Li Zongjiu had bumped into the muzzle of a gun today. Originally, Sima Xingyan was prepared to teach this brat a lesson. If it was any other time, it would be fine. After all, he was an Imperial Alchemist. If he offended him, it would seem that he was making an enemy of Emperor Xingyan. Usually, he would not do such a stupid thing. However, Li Zongjiu was too arrogant, so Sima Xingyan decided to take down these 3 youths first. "I understand." Sima Xingyan took a step forward. Naturally, his expression was very bad. The reason why Zhao Jingxian stepped forward and said this was because he wanted Sima Xingyan to give him a way out. However, this was obviously impossible. The head of the Zhao family pulled Zhao Jingxian back. "What are you doing? Do I need you to talk too much?" The head of the Zhao family glared fiercely at Zhao Jingxian. After all, Zhao Jingxuan's actions were equivalent to Sima Xingyan telling him to be careful. Now Yi Lantian's head had been confirmed. Then, Sima Xingyan was the person who could cover the sky with one hand in Holy Yen City. There was no problem for him to do anything. At this moment, he was naturally the person with the greatest power. Even the previous judge would not be able to defeat Sima Xingyan in a short period of time. And Zhao Jingxuan's actions were simply extremely stupid in front of a discerning person. Zhao Jingxian lowered his head and stopped talking. He was just taking a risk. In fact, the reason why Zhao Jingxian said that was because he was worried that Li Zongjiu would beat up Sima Xingyan as well. According to Zhao Jingxuan's previous interactions, there was nothing that Li Zongjiu couldn't do. Therefore, he had to be careful. However, when Sima Xingyan led a group of people and walked in front of Li Zongjiu was stunned. Just as he was about to angrily rebuke, he suddenly saw the woman behind Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erasher. Why did this woman look so familiar? Instantly, Sima Xingyan was puzzled. When he saw the woman in front of him, Sima Xingyan thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, when he took a closer look, even though they only looked a little similar, he could not be wrong. After thinking about the recent situation, it seemed that there was indeed some gossip about the person who had left the palace. After seeing it at this moment, Sima Xingyan was even more shocked. He actually got involved with this master. Why did this master appear here at such a critical time? But no matter what, one had to know that he absolutely could not be offended. What? Did he want to do things on this master's head? That was simply courting death. Sima Xingyan's brain was also extremely fast. After seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately stepped forward. The three of you can leave now. As soon as Sima Xingyan said this, everyone could not react. Just now, he was not aggressive. From the looks of it, it would not be strange at all if he rushed up and killed his entire family. At this moment, he actually said that they could leave and let them leave directly. What the hell was going on? Li Zongjiu naturally did not care about what Sima Xingyan saw. However, Li Zongjiu glanced at Xueyu behind him and could roughly guess what was going on. Although Xueyu looked a little silly, Xueyu did not reveal her true identity. In fact, Xueyu was wearing a yuan tool. This yuan tool could help change one's appearance and aura. This was something that Li Zongjiu already knew, but he was not interested. However, now it seemed that Xueyu's identity was not simple. She could actually scare Sima Xingyan away. Let's go. After that, Li Zongjiu and the other two swaggered out. This was a scene that no one expected. Song Jieyu and the other two widened their eyes as they watched Li Zongjiu and the other two swagger out of the joyous heavenly restaurant. They were even more shocked. How many secrets did Li Zongjiu have? Who exactly was he? In front of Sima Xingyan, he violently beat up the surrounding envoys. At the same time, he even slapped Han Wuxiu's face. How many people in the world could be so arrogant and not give Sima Xingyan any face at all? It was really too terrifying. Li Zongjiu's identity and background must be very different. After we go back, investigate Li Zongjiu's identity properly. Many people did not know Li Zongjiu's name and identity, but Song Jiyu recognized him. This was relatively more advantageous. Previously, when they saw Li Zongjiu and Yi Lantian competing outside, Yi Lantian was still polite to him in the end. At first, they thought that this was just the calm before the storm, but now it seemed that Li Zongjiu was definitely not simple. Minister, when Han Wuxiu saw Li Zongjiu and the others leave, he immediately widened his eyes. Why would Sima Xingyan help an outsider? This simply did not make sense. Alright, they are not suspects. Let's hurry up and get down to business. It's not a good idea to detain so many people here, Sima Xingyan said. This was a fair sentence. Then, Sima Xingyan left with his people. Of course, there was no need for Sima Xingyan to deal with this. He specially rushed over to verify with his own eyes whether the person who was killed was Yi Lantian or not. Now that the verification was clear, he was in a good mood. Naturally, he was incomparably happy. It was just a son-in-law who was beaten up. Even if his son was beaten up today, he would not do anything or do anything. Yes, Minister. Although he was slapped, he couldn't pull his father-in-law's sleeves and complain in public. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and continue to work under such circumstances. What are you looking at? All of you, go and verify your identity. Everyone present must have a clear identity. If there is anything unclear, immediately detain them. Before the investigation is clear, you must not let them go. Han Wuxiu roared. Although he was full of vigor, the handprint left on his face was indeed a little eye-catching. All of a sudden, these people started to move quickly. Li Zongjiu, that guy, actually walked out just like that. Mu Qinyan widened his eyes. Even someone as smart as him did not know why. On the other hand, Zhao Jingxian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu did not beat Sima Xingyan up. Chapter 435. In short, Li Zongjiu had been completely sent away, so there was no need to worry about what would happen next. Other than Li Zongjiu, there shouldn't be anyone else who would commit such a suicide. Not everyone had the strength and guts to do so. Li Zongjiu and the other two walked on the road. Along the way, they could see a few special envoys who were busy. After all, a person had escaped, so this person must be the most important person. Therefore, as long as they caught this assassin, they would be able to solve this case. This was the assassin who killed Yi Lantian. Although Yi Lantian wasn't a good person, he was a very important person. Now that they knew that an important person had been killed, they naturally had to work hard. If they could catch the person who killed Yi Lantian, it would be a great merit. Boss, you're really awesome. I heard that the person called Han Wuxiu seems to be the fiercest one among the special envoys. His methods are very cruel. He's a ruthless person from head to toe. I didn't expect Boss to actually dare to slap him. Kuan Erisher stepped forward and said. He was full of admiration for Li Zongjiu's actions. Don't even talk about slapping him. If he says another word, I'll take his head. Li Zongjiu said without any trace of politeness. Lan Kuan naturally didn't believe him. It was still acceptable to beat him up and scold him. Could it be that he really killed him in front of so many people? If that was the case, even if he was an alchemist bestowed by the emperor, it wouldn't be of any use. He would be arrested and sent to prison in a matter of minutes. Boss, you're awesome. Kuan Erisher flattered. Then, he carefully took out a stone from his chest and handed it to Shueiyue as he walked. This stone was given to me by Zhao Jingxian. It's useless for a man like me to keep it. You can take it. I'll take it as a bargain for you. Shueiyue looked at the heavenly fragrance drunken moon stone that Kuan Erisher handed over, and her eyes immediately widened. She couldn't believe it. Kuan Erisher spent so much money to buy it for him. Although in the end, Kuan Erisher didn't give him any money, if it wasn't for what happened later, he would have given him money. You're giving it to me? This thing is very expensive, Shueiyue said. Just take it since I'm giving it to you. Don't be shy. Do you think I, Kuan Erisher, lack this bit of money? After saying that, Kuan Erisher stuffed the heavenly fragrance moonstone back into Shueiyue's hand. Then, he quickly caught up with Li Zongjiu. Boss, where are we going next? Originally, he wanted to take a look at the mysterious stone tablet of the Compassionate Travel sect, but it seemed that it was impossible to restart the auction in a short period of time. Therefore, he temporarily put this matter aside. You send Shueiyu Club to the academy. I'm going to the casino, Li Zongjiu said. He turned around and walked towards the direction of the Great Pleasure Casino. Kuan Erisher didn't refuse this time, but listened to Li Zongjiu's words very obediently. Okay. Shueiyu held the heavenly fragrance moonstone in her hand, and there was an indescribable feeling in her heart, but she was also a little touched. Over the years, she had received many gifts, but she had never received a gift from herself. That's right, this heavenly fragrance drunken moonstone was something that Shueiyue had taken out to auction. However, who would have thought that Lan Kuan would cause a ruckus and directly return this item to Shueiyue? Shueiyue didn't know what to say about this, but it was necessary for her to be touched. because this heavenly fragrance intoxicating moonstone was truly worth 100 million purple yuan. Why are you smiling like a fool? Come on, let's go and eat. Lan Kuan patted Shuiyue's head. After Shuiyue received the heavenly fragrance drunken moonstone, he didn't know what she was smiling about, but this silly and adorable look was really cute. Don't hit my head, a girl's head can't be hit, I won't grow tall. Shuiyu said angrily as she held her head. It's good that you're this tall. How tall do you want to be? Li Zongjiu walked towards the Great Pleasure Casino on foot. The news of Yi Lantian's death had probably spread out by now. This kind of thing absolutely couldn't be hidden, and the speed at which it spread like wildfire would be very fast. When Li Zongjiu arrived at the Great Pleasure Casino, it was already close to evening. Logically speaking, it should be the time for the casino to open, but unexpectedly, the doors of the Great Pleasure Casino were tightly shut. Li Zongjiu directly stepped forward and kicked the door open with a bang. After kicking the door open, as soon as he walked in, more than 10 snow-white long sabers appeared in front of him, swaying nervously. At this moment, they were as if they were facing a great enemy. Who is it? Li Zongjiu walked in calmly and glanced at the people around him. He said indifferently, I'm here to look for your manager. Li Zongjiu said. Taifai walked out from upstairs. Standing beside Taifai was Shuejiang, who was seriously injured by Kuan Erasure last time. However, this time, Shuejiang's injuries seemed to have improved a lot, and compared to before, he also had a big breakthrough. After all, the accumulation of combat experience would naturally allow him to have a better breakthrough. It's you again, what do you want? I don't have time to play with you now. Taifai was angry. What kind of tricks were these two brats playing? They actually came to cause trouble for the Great Delight Casino time and time again. If they were really forced into a corner, it wouldn't cost much to hire an assassin from the Celestial Rain Pavilion. The last bet had been a long time ago. Originally, Taifai wanted to let it go. After all, the Yi family situation was not good recently. If something happened and it was reported to the higher-ups, it wouldn't be good for Taifai. And today, he received a piece of news that made Taifai's jaw drop. Yi Lantian was dead. He was killed by someone. With Yi Lantian's death, the Yi family would definitely collapse. The 13 guards below must each have their own thoughts. Now that the tree fell, the monkeys scattered. They, who followed behind, naturally had to think of a way to protect themselves. The Great Pleasure Casino itself was a big business, so it was inevitable that enemies would come knocking. Therefore, Taifai also gathered people and at the same time, posted a notice to close the business for reorganization, telling these people that the Great Pleasure Casino would not open for business for the time being. At this moment, it was not the enemies who came, but Li Zongjiu. That made Taifai even more irritated. It's fine if you two brats played some tricks and swindled some money, but now is a moment of life and death. With Yi Lantian's death, your Great Pleasure Casino will lose its backing. How long can it last? I'm here to save you. You still remember this contract, right? Li Zongjiu took out the contract in his hand. This was what Kuan Erasure wanted back last time. With this, the casino's daily income would be distributed to Li Zongjiu. However, as long as the Great Pleasure Casino didn't recognize this thing, it was useless for him to hold it. Even if there was a signature, they wouldn't recognize it. Chapter 436. In fact, at that time, this contract was only a delaying tactic. Although it was written clearly on the contract, it wasn't difficult for such a large casino to go back on one's word. If one wanted to protect their rights, they had to be stronger than them first. Only then would they be able to successfully protect their right. Any rights protection department would be in cahoots with each other. There was no way one could win against them if they were in cahoot. Once the Broad Delight Casino gathered its manpower, one's life would be at stake if one came to cause trouble again. After all, 10 billion purple yuan wasn't a small amount. At this price, even if one wanted to kill a yuan monarch powerhouse, there would probably be people willing to do it. It would be more than enough to invite a Yuan monarch elite to help out. However, if that was the case, such behavior would be too low for the Broad Delight Casino. As long as Li Zongjiu and Xue Jianhe were a little tactful and dropped the matter after receiving a portion of the money, they wouldn't pursue the matter. Losses were losses, and they would earn them back sooner or later. However, if someone like Li Zongjiu still took this contract seriously, it would be a little too tactless. Therefore, when Taifai saw Li Zongjiu take out this contract and actually boast shamelessly that he wanted to take over the Broad Delight Casino, he directly touched Taifai's bottom line. He had to make Li Zongjiu stay here today. Otherwise, these young people really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "Seal the door!" Xue Jiang shouted. Then, he leaped and landed directly in front of Li Zongjiu. "Where's that kid from last time?" Xue Jiang said in a low voice. It seemed like he was here to seek revenge. However, Li Zongjiu also said directly, "He didn't come. That kid didn't come, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Today, Grandpa Xue Jiang will teach you how to behave." Xue Jiang sneered and released his Blood Eagle origin spirit instantly. Following Xue Jiang's movement, he also pounced towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu shook his head helplessly when he saw the incoming attack. Immediately, his figure flashed and he dashed in front of Xue Jiang. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Xue Jiang's throat. Then, he raised his head and looked at Taifai, who was upstairs. "I've already said that I'm here to save you today. You should be thanking me." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjiu sent him flying with a slap. Xue Jiang's head instantly exploded like a water ball. Seeing this scene, even Taifai was so frightened that he took a step back, his face instantly turning pale. Xue Jiang had already comprehended something after the previous battle and was even preparing to break through recently. If he broke through to the Yuan monarch realm, killing that kid called Kuan Erasure would be a piece of cake. After all, there was a huge difference between a half-step Yuan monarch and a Yuan monarch elite. However, Xue Jiang had been able to take a few blows from Kuan Erasure previously. The two of them had been able to fight for a while before being defeated. Now, facing Li Zongjiu, he was actually unable to put up any resistance. In just one round, Xue Jiang's head was completely smashed. Xue Jiang was an elite who was about to break through to the Yuan monarch realm. If the sneak attack had succeeded, Xue Jiang would have been the one to make the first move. However, Xue Jiang had died right in front of his eyes. When the blood spurted out, the surrounding machete men all took a step back, because the situation in front of them was too cruel for them. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu did not even bat an eyelid after killing someone. How many people did he have to kill in order to master this skill? Most importantly, Xue Jiang, who had died, was a top-notch expert. Now, he had died so mysteriously. He probably did not even know that he would die here today. This was really too sudden. He casually threw the headless corpse in his hands to the ground. He had originally thought that Li Zongjiu's strength would be weaker, so he had sent Kuan Erasure the previous time. However, Taifai wanted to see Kuan Erasure more. Although Kuan Erasure was also difficult to deal with, at least he would not kill people casually. Everyone was educated and could sit down and talk things out slowly. However, Li Zongjiu was different. His posture was clearly saying that he could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. As a result, Taifai, who was upstairs, also understood the purpose of Li Zongjiu's visit. In an instant, he also understood clearly. If he did not comply with Li Zongjiu's wishes today, then he would probably start a massacre. "All of you back down. Ask Mr. Li to come up." Such an important matter naturally could not be known to his subordinate. However, now these subordinates clearly knew that after this, their master would be changed. They did not know what the future situation would be like. Li Zongjiu went upstairs. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to uproot the Yi family and make all their businesses go bankrupt. If it really did not work, then he would kill everyone he saw. However, after thinking about it, this was too capricious and uncivilized. It would not benefit Li Zhongjiu or the Li family. On the contrary, it would cause unnecessary trouble. It was one thing to not be afraid of trouble, but it was another thing to cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, now Li Zhongjiu thought of a new idea, and that was to incorporate all these businesses. When the Li family moved into the sacred Flame Royal City, it would naturally be easier. In the future, when the Li family's overall strength increased, there would be no situation that they could not control. Young Master Li, you also know that I do not have the final say in this Great Delight Casino. I am only a manager. Every month, I have to report to the Li family. I am also just someone who receives a salary. Taifai sat opposite Li Zhongjiu and said. At this point, he also had a worried look on his face. Yilan Tian is already dead. I killed him. In the future, the profits of this Great Delight Casino will belong to you. However, I have a request. Within 3 months, acquire and merge all the other gold medal casinos. Take over all the businesses that belong to the Yi family. Li Zhongjiu said word by word. When he heard Li Zhongjiu's words, Taifai already sucked in a breath of cold air. This brat actually dared to admit that he killed Yilan Tian. Did he really not want to live anymore? Could it really be that Li Zhongjiu did it? Not only that, when he heard the latter part of the sentence, Taifai was even more certain that Li Zhongjiu was clearly a lunatic. Chapter 437. You killed Yilan Tian. Taifai looked at Li Zhongjiu in shock. You should recognize this item. Li Zhongjiu placed a storage ring on the table. At the same time, he also placed the storage rings of Yilan Tian and the others on the table. When he saw the 4 storage rings placed together, Taifai's heart was already in turmoil. He had never experienced such an exciting thing in his life, and he never dared to imagine it. Perhaps other things could be forged, but Taifai could recognize these 4 storage rings. They were indeed the father and son of the Yi family. The 4 members of the Yi family had actually died in the hands of Li Zhongjiu. There must be an extremely powerful force behind Li Zhongjiu to be able to move such an important official of the imperial court. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu and the person behind him wanted to rebel? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Originally, it was nothing. However, since the Yi family insisted on provoking me, I had no choice but to destroy them. If you can't do what I said just now, I will have no choice but to get rid of you as well. I don't keep useless people as my subordinate, Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. At the same time, he looked at Taifai. If Li Zhongjiu had said this at the beginning, Taifai would definitely have laughed at Li Zhongjiu. However, the evidence of Yilan Tian's death was right in front of him. The person who had turned the entire Holy Flame Royal City upside down was actually this unknown youth. It was simply too unbelievable. In addition, he had killed Xuejiang in an instant with just one move. With such strength, there were only a few people in the world who could do it. Most importantly, when he killed, there was no emotion in his eyes. It was as if killing someone was as simple as eating a meal for him. Taifai was really afraid of the cause and effect. At this moment, he knew that his life was in Li Zhongjiu's hands. If he couldn't satisfy Li Zhongjiu, then he wouldn't be able to walk out of this room today. Soon, someone else would take his place. The annexation between the casinos is more complicated than one would imagine. It is naturally not a problem to take over the Yi clan's business. However, the prerequisite is that the Yi clan must be completely destroyed. Although Yilan Tian is dead, there are still people in charge of the Yi clan. There will definitely be someone to take over. At the same time, the Yi clan's Dark Knight army will not be affected at all. I will naturally get to the bottom of the matter regarding the Yi clan. You don't need to worry about this. Since you have the ability, I will leave it to you. If anyone comes knocking, just send someone to the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor to look for me, Li Zhongjiu said calmly. In the early stages of starting a business, he naturally needed to make a few more trips. He would only relax when he recruited a few capable assistants. At the beginning, it was also like this. There was no other way. Li. Boss, there is one thing that you must know, Tai-Fi said. He almost called him young Master Li again. However, after thinking about it, his identity was no longer the same. Moreover, Li Zongjiu seemed to only be here to give some instructions. Wasn't this too casual? Did he really trust Tai-Fi that much? However, Tai-Fi knew that the Boyu Casino was his life's work. If he left the Boyu Casino, then he, Tai-Fi, wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Now that he met Li Zongjiu, Tai-Fi had a premonition that after today, the entire Holy Yen city would be different. Moreover, he, Tai-Fi, would also become different because of this. Since he had made such a choice, it would definitely not be wrong. What's the matter? Li Zongjiu asked. The local gang, the Azure Dragon Gang, follows the Yi family's lead. In the hands of the Azure Dragon Gang, half of the casino resources in Holy Yen City are in the hands of the Azure Dragon Gang. There are also smoking houses, brothels, and restaurants. If the Yi family falls, then the Azure Dragon Gang will definitely attack. Their goal will definitely be the Yi family's property, Tai-Fi said. The reason why they were so serious today was to prevent the Azure Dragon Gang from coming to cause trouble. However, who knew that the Azure Dragon Gang didn't come? Instead, it was Li Zongjiu who came. Compared to the Azure Dragon Gang, Tai-Fi and the others were really too weak. They only owned a casino. There was no way to compare with a gang like the Azure Dragon Gang. Therefore, the speed of acquisition and annexation was definitely slower than the Azure Dragon Gang. Sooner or later, the Azure Dragon Gang would find the Boyu Casino and take it under their banner. For such a matter, they had long been eyeing him covetously. In other words, other than the Yi Ming army, there is also this Azure Dragon Gang. The Yi Ming army was the Yi family's people. On the other hand, the Azure Dragon Gang was an external threat. They were also prepared to compete with Li Zongjiu. That's right. The Azure Dragon Gang has deep roots and many tricks up their sleeve. They have won over many influential officials in the imperial court. Although on the surface, they are subservient to the Yi family. In reality, they are secretly plotting against the Yi family. If something happens to the Yi family, it will definitely be exposed, Tai-Fi said. Hearing these words, Li Zongjiu nodded. All right, come with me to the Azure Dragon Gang, Li Zongjiu said directly. Since the Azure Dragon Gang wanted to cause trouble in front of Li Zongjiu also had the obligation to warn the Azure Dragon Gang members not to cause trouble for him. If they did not listen, then they could not blame Li Zongjiu. Using peaceful means before resorting to force was the biggest concession Li Zongjiu could make. Even such a peaceful character, in Li Zongjiu's view, was simply too benevolent. According to the character of his previous life, the Azure Dragon Gang did not need to exist at all. He could just destroy it with a single palm. Ah? What, go to the Azure Dragon Gang? Tai-Fi did not react for a while. Li Zongjiu was too confident. Did he really think that the Azure Dragon Gang was a vegetable market, where he could go as he pleased? Just as Tai-Fi was shocked, a loud noise suddenly came from downstairs. The closed door was kicked open again. Downstairs, there was also the sound of a knife. Where is Tai-Fi? Your grandfather Wild Lion is here to find you, ha ha! A strong voice came, and there was a commotion downstairs. There seemed to be a lot of conflict. When he heard this voice, Tai-Fi also sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression seemed to be extremely frightened. This person is from the Azure Dragon Gang. His nickname is Wild Lion. East Hall Master, Tai-Fi said. Chapter 438. At first, Li Zongjiu was curious as to why a group of burly men liked to call him Lion Monkey King or something like that. Later on, he found out that it was to increase his deterrence and make people feel afraid when they heard his name. However, when Li Zongjiu came out and saw the people sitting downstairs, Li Zongjiu seemed to have found another reason. Tai-Fi, you saw your grandfather, Why haven't you come over to invite him for tea? Kwang Shi's men moved an armchair and placed it in the middle of the road, waiting for Tai-Fi to come over and lick his face paint. However, Kwang Shi's eyes were so sharp that he immediately saw Li Zongjio walking in front of Tai-Fi. Who was Tai-Fi? The head of the Bo Yu Casino was definitely a well-known figure in the casino. His seniority was also the highest. Now, he was following behind a teenager. How could Kwang Shi not be surprised? Li Zongjio moved a chair and placed it in front of Kwang Shi. After sitting down, he carefully looked at Kwang Shi in front of him. Everyone, from now on, this Mr. Li is the new boss of our Bo Yu Casino. Tai-Fi directly said to the people around him. Kwang Shi and the others didn't know what happened, but the people present clearly saw the scene of Li Zongjio killing Xue Jiang in one move. That scene still lingered in their minds. It was obvious that Li Zongjio shocked them. After some negotiations, the price should be settled. Now that the boss had changed, it didn't affect them much. After all, it didn't matter who they worked for as long as they were paid. They always recognized money, not people. However, Kwang Shi's face suddenly changed. He, Kwang Shi, came here today for the control of this casino. But now it was taken by someone else. How could he bear it? What's more, Mr. Li, he had never heard of such a person. Where did you get your hair styled? Li Zongjio asked very sincerely. He was really curious. Who could make hair like this? It looked like it was struck by lightning. Such a creative hairstyle, only they could come up with it. The person called Kwang Shi in front of him was not very tall. His body was also somewhat squarish. Most importantly, when one looked at his head of exploding hair, he really did look like a lion. Merely, it was a lion that had gone insane. Anyone could see that Li Zongjio was laughing at Kwang Shi's hairstyle. If it was according to Kwang Shi's usual temper, he would have pulled out his 5-horse dismemberment blade and directly dismembered Li Zongjio's body. He wouldn't have sat there and talked amiably with Li Zongjio, acting as if nothing had happened. Kwang Shi was also suppressing his violent temper at this moment. Brat, where are you from? To be able to subdue Tai-Fi in such a short time, there must be a certain amount of power behind him. Therefore, Kwang Shi didn't dare to act rashly. It was better to check out the details first. Originally, the Azure Dragon Gang wanted to be fast. If first impressions were the strongest, then the other forces in the city would have to be wary of the Azure Dragon Gang's reputation if they wanted to get their hands on it. However, the other party had taken the lead, so Kwang Shi couldn't help but be vigilant. The news of Yi Lantian's death had been confirmed. The entire Yi family would definitely plummet after Yi Lantian's death. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Gang had already shown signs of rebellion. Even if the Yi family had other methods, it would only be to take back these things. There wouldn't be any other problems. In order to ensure that the Bo Yu Casino would fall into their hands, they directly sent Kwang Shi, the hall master of the East Hall, over. This was enough to show the importance of the Bo Yu Casino. In any case, it was still a gold medal casino. A casino like this was a gold-plated signboard. You want to test my background? Let me hear you call me father first. Li Zongjio instantly laughed. When it came to playing these games, he had already played them thousands of years ago. When these words came out, the expressions of the people behind Kwang Shi immediately changed. They looked at Li Zongjio in disbelief. Wasn't he too bold? Didn't this person know who he was? He actually dared to step on Kwang Shi's head and behave so atrociously. He would probably kneel down and call him father in the next second. Kwang Shi's eyes instantly widened in anger, but he didn't act rashly. Instead, he glanced at Tai-Fi, who was standing behind Li Zongjio. He realized that Tai-Fi's face didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. It seemed that according to that kid's character, he would definitely do such a thing. This caused Kwang Shi's tightly clenched fist to loosen temporarily. Little brother, you're not in our gang, right? I advise you not to get involved in this mess. The Azure Dragon Gang isn't something you can provoke. Kwang Shi sneered. I've never heard of the Azure Dragon Gang, but I'm quite interested in the Azure Insect Gang, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Before he spoke, he didn't put the Azure Dragon Gang in his eyes at all. Why should he put them in his eyes? How many people had Li Zongjiu killed? Meng Yu from the Qingyuan villa, and the one who was sent to be the city lord. That one was too far away. The few people he killed recently were all well-known figures. Yi Lantian also died at the hands of Li Zongjiu. You're courting death. How dare you insult the Azure Dragon Gang? Chop him to death! Kuang Shi shouted. The people behind him couldn't hold back the long swords in their hands. They all slashed towards Li Zongjiu. The people of Bo Yu Casino didn't move. Although the boss had changed, Taifai hadn't said anything. They wouldn't be so stupid as to directly rush up. After all, the one who paid them was Taifai, not Li Zongjiu. Therefore, without Taifai's order, the rest of the people also didn't move. Taifai also didn't have the slightest indication. If he wanted to acquire the other casinos, he had to go through the Azure Dragon Gang. If he couldn't even deal with Kuang Shi, then Taifai would rather die now. Otherwise, if he went against the Azure Dragon Gang in the future, his end would be incomparably miserable. Li Zongjiu didn't stay idle. Nearly 10 experts from the other side rushed up. With a thought, they immediately controlled their swords and then slashed their own necks. Swish! Gulp! 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 Before the dozen or so people could even reach them, they already saw 10 heads rolling on the ground one after another. A few heads rolled directly to Kuang Shi's feet. One of them even stared at Kuang Shi with his eyes wide open. It was obvious that he had encountered something extremely shocking before he died. Chapter 439. Kuang Shi immediately jumped up from his armchair in fright. Not only Kuang Shi, but even Taifai, who was behind him, widened his eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. His pupils constricted as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Kuang Shi had been able to get to the position of Hall Master in the Azure Dragon Gang because he had experienced many big scenes. He had seen and even participated in the fight between hundreds of people. There were countless scenes of a person holding a saber and fighting a bloody battle in the heavy rain. Just the scars on his body alone were too many to count. Such a ruthless person was truly frightened by the strange scene in front of him at this moment. It wasn't that he hadn't seen powerhouses who were proficient in mind power before. The Azure Dragon Gang had them as well, but they definitely couldn't reach such a level. How could someone control 10 people and use the knives in their hands to chop off their own heads in an instant? This was even more unbelievable. Furthermore, these 10 people had been carefully selected by Kuang Shi. They were all famous fighters that Dong Tangtang had mentioned. Each of them had mental strength and weren't weak either. They were all at the Origin General Realm. Origin Ancestor Realm powerhouses were in the minority. Kuang Shi was an Origin Ancestor Realm powerhouse. Most of the top powerhouses were under the Gang Master. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to control so many people and hold down so many places. However, this time, Kuang Shi was really afraid. From the first time he saw this young man, he felt a little strange. He had a feeling that Li Zongjiu shouldn't have appeared in such a place. Indeed, this young man's strength was absolutely terrifying. It seemed like Taifai had already found a backer, which was why he had done this. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Yi Lantian had just died and his energy had been taken over by someone else. There weren't many people who could go against the Azure Dragon Gang. After he went back and reported, he would let the Gang Master make a decision. Since you're from the Azure Dragon Gang, then go back and tell the gang leader of the Azure Dragon Gang that the Great Joy Casino is under my protection. In addition, I want all the other casinos in the city. Li Zongjiu said to Mad Lion and pointed at the 10 heads on the ground. And these things, take them all back. Don't dirty my territory. He brought his men here, but in the end they were killed by the other party. Now, he even had to bring a message back. This was simply a great humiliation. However, Mad Lion didn't have the confidence to fight with the person in front of him. Duel with Li Zongjio? With the battle in front of him, he was definitely not confident. If he forced himself to fight, he might not even be able to walk out in the end. He could see that it wasn't that the other party didn't dare to kill him, or that they were afraid of his reputation. They just needed someone to pass on the message. That was why they spared his life and allowed him to move freely. Wild Lion had even forgotten how he had managed to get out. For him, this day was like living in hell. The moment he walked out of the Great Delight Casino, Mad Lion felt as if he had just escaped from hell. He breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it was too terrifying. He didn't want to come to this casino a second time. There were some subordinates waiting for him in the distance. Mad Lion hurriedly threw the head in his hand to his subordinate. Of course, he put it in a sack. Hall Master, what do you think? Do you want to kill your way in? Kill your ass. Retreat for this, daddy. Mad Lion directly slapped his subordinate's face, causing him to spin 2 rounds on the spot. Then, Mad Lion ran back to his hall in a panic. The Azure Dragon Gang also had a proper sect outside. To the outside world, it was called the Azure Dragon Gate. It was a sect that specialized in education and strengthening the body. However, in reality, it was doing some shady business in the dark. Mad Lion ran all the way back. After that, Li Zongjio said to Tai-Fi, I will take care of the Azure Dragon Gang. As for the rest, I will let you do it. If you don't do it well, I will kill you and replace you with someone else. After saying that, Li Zongjio directly left. If Tai Feihe was a smart person, then he would naturally know how to deal with Li Zongjio. Although Li Zongjio seemed to be alone right now, the origin of the brat from last time was not simple at all. Therefore, there must be someone behind these 2 young people. In such a struggle, one naturally had to make a good choice. Li Zongjio did not care how Tai-Fi chose. If this Tai-Fi could not do what Li Zongjio asked him to do, then there was no need to keep him. He could just kill him. It would not be difficult for Li Zongjio to find another capable person to replace him. In Royal City, there were too many vicious and merciless people who had long been prepared to go on a killing spree, but had yet to get the chance. Li Zongjio first returned to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. He borrowed a few books from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. With Li Zongjio's current status and contribution, there was no need for him to study in the academy. Because even if the vice principal of the academy came, there was nothing to teach him. Even if Ling Yan saw it, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Moreover, Ling Yan didn't intend to impart knowledge to them. With their talent, it wouldn't take long for them to become influential figures in the academy. Therefore, Ling Yan also went to prepare for his own matters. He spent more time on his own matters. On the other hand, Yang Xuelin had come looking for Li Zongjio several times. Li Zongjio didn't know why, but he didn't see her. Lan Kuan and Xueyue were probably doing something shameful. If Kuan Erasure and Xueyue are together, they should be a perfect match. Li Zongjio thought in his heart. In his opinion, if Kuan Erasure liked Xueyue, then he, Li Zongjio, as his big brother, would fight for him no matter what. Not fight, but definitely succeed. He went back to his own manor. The meat shop sent meat to him every day so that he would not starve to death. During the day, he and the Howling Moonwolf King would lie on the ground and sleep. At night, they would lie on the ground and cultivate. Occasionally, they would change their posture. The night gradually darkened, and the entire city was under martial law. The people in the joyous heavenly restaurant were released one by one when the sky turned dark. After all, such a big matter could not be easily let go. Even Song Jieyu had a hard time getting out of it. That guy is really powerful. Song Jieyu gritted her teeth when she thought of Li Zongjio. She actually misjudged him. Chapter 440. Fortunately, Song Jieyu had a good relationship with Li Zongjio's family. She had gifted Li Zongjio the expensive thunderous short arrow back then. She should be able to leave a good impression on him. Since Li Zongjio was so capable, she had to win him over. Li Zongjiu's reputation had yet to spread throughout the city. If the entire Sacred Flame Royal City knew about Li Zongjiu's strength and reputation, it would be more difficult to rope in Li Zongjiu or do other things. Song Jieyu was a businesswoman. Anyone who could bring her benefits was a friend. Although Song Jieyu was unhappy, the reason why she was unhappy was because she had misjudged Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had caused her to make a mistake. It was still her own self-esteem that caused trouble. But soon, Song Jieyu thought about what kind of value she could find from Li Zongjiu. Is there anyone who can recommend the Raging Dragon Capturing Flames? The Raging Dragon Capturing Flames was the newest Yuan weapon of the 7-star Fire Room. Every Yuan weapon that came out needed to be promoted vigorously. Only then would people believe in the power of the Raging Dragon Capturing Flames and know that it was such a powerful Yuan weapon. Although there were special counters in the Sacred Flame Royal City that would display these items, there was still a need to promote the Yuan weapon. However, Song Jieyu wanted to sell the Raging Dragon Capturing Flames to all parts of the country. Only then would she be able to earn more money. Therefore, she would often invite some famous people to promote and endorse the Raging Dragon Capturing Flames. Many people had only heard of this origin tool, but on that day, they suddenly heard that some famous person was praising the new origin tool produced by the 7-star Fire Workshop. He even strongly recommended it. Then, the popularity of the 7-star Fire Workshop suddenly increased. This was the so-called celebrity effect. If the current Emperor Xingyan praised something, then there was no need to waste time thinking about it. They could just wait for it to be sold out. Miss, the person who promoted the Raging Dragon Capturing Flames is currently the owner of Fengshan Pavilion. How much is the owner of Fengshan Pavilion? 80 million purple yuan. His skin is really thick. If it was 2 years ago, the 80 million yuan would have been worth it. But now, it's not worth it. Prepare a document for me. Just say that I've made my choice this time. Song Jieyu said immediately. Fengshan Pavilion was a quiet place to drink wine. Quite a number of influential people would choose to come to Fengshan Pavilion to have a drink after struggling in this materialistic society. The owner of the Fengshan Pavilion was also a famous beauty. She was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Many influential people wanted to get close to her. However, the owner of the Fengshan Pavilion was also extremely noble and self-righteous. It was because of her reputation as a beauty that the owner of the Fengshan Pavilion collected a lot of wealth. Even some of the previous Yuan tools were promoted by her. The effect could only be said to be average. But miss, the price for the pavilion master of Fengshan Pavilion has already been negotiated. The specific matters have also been discussed and settled. All that's left is to sign the contract. Clearly, not all of the matters had been negotiated. If she directly said that she did not want to sign the contract, not only would she have to show sufficient persuasion to the management of the 7-star Fire Room, she would also have to withstand the pressure from the pavilion master of Fengshan Pavilion. Don't worry. I'll take care of the rest, Song Jieyu said. As the eldest daughter of the Song clan, her words naturally carried a lot of weight. The maid could only obey. Although she was called a maid, she was actually a capable assistant. Many matters were handled by this assistant. Li Zongjiu's manor. Li Zongjiu waited in the manor until the sky turned dark. Currently, the special envoys in the city were extremely nervous. They were patrolling everywhere, looking for suspicious people on the street. At the same time, they were checking if there were any suspicious people staying in the inns. Late at night, the Howling Moon Wolf King, who was lying in the courtyard, suddenly raised his head. It seemed to have discovered something. A figure could be seen jumping directly into the courtyard. When he turned around and saw the Howling Moon Wolf King raising its head, he gestured for the Howling Moon Wolf King to keep quiet. Then, he quickly tossed out a fragrant chicken drumstick from his storage ring. This made the Howling Moon Wolf King, who was lying on the ground, quickly get up. It was obviously very excited. It immediately chased in the direction of the chicken drumstick, wagging its tail as it ate happily. It had completely forgotten all of Li Zongjiu's instructions. Good lad. I, Shadow Fox, have been in the Jianghu for so many years and have never suffered a loss. Today I've suffered a great loss. If I didn't run fast enough, I would have been caught by those annoying guys. Shadow Fox said. The figure that descended was Yinghu. Yinghu was the one who witnessed Li Zongjiu's actions. He didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would frame him. This made Yinghu very unhappy, so he hid outside for a day. Finally, he found an opportunity to smear Li Zongjiu's name. As a top assassin, it was natural for him to know all the information about his target in advance. Therefore, he was naturally aware that Li Zongjiu owned a manor in the city. When he arrived and saw the grandeur of the manor, Yinghu felt a little indignant. He, Yinghu, had worked hard and struggled for half his life. However, he still could not afford to buy a manor in Monarch City. This was mainly because he spent too much money on eating and drinking. Therefore, his pockets were empty. However, now that he had accepted this job, he could not help but feel relieved. Although Yilan Tian was already dead, the money had already been paid and he had already received half of the commission. The remaining half was still in the Rain Pavilion. Only after the Heavenly Rain Pavilion confirmed that he had completed the mission would they give him the rest of the commission. Therefore, not only did he want to take revenge for what happened during the day, but he also wanted to kill Li Zongjiu and take the rest of the commission. After I kill you and exchange your head for money, I will buy a manor too. Yinghu thought to himself. He had been in the Jianghu for too long. He needed a home after all. Otherwise, he would not have a fixed place to stay. In fact, he was the only one who knew the bitterness in his heart. Let's not talk about this anymore. The reason why Yinghu chose to attack at night was because his technique could be more perfect at night. Li Zongjiu died. Just as Yinghu was about to charge in, he felt something tugging at his trousers. Whoosh. Chapter 441. His pants were directly bitten open, leaving a hole. Shadow Fox lowered his head and saw something that looked like a puppy standing at his feet. Wasn't this the fellow that he had tricked with a drumstick? How could it eat so quickly? Although Shadow Fox was shocked, he remained patient and took out another drumstick. He waved it in front of the Howling Moon Wolf King's nose and then threw it at the corner of the wall. Whoosh! Shadow Fox sneered in his heart when he saw the Howling Moon Wolf King fly away. Hee hee, stupid dog! Shadow Fox observed for a while. Li Zongjiu's aura was faintly discernible in the courtyard, as if he was hiding. However, it was almost impossible for Li Zongjiu to hide from Shadow Fox's search. Therefore, Li Zongjiu needed to walk to the courtyard from the side. However, Shadow Fox had only taken a few steps when he saw a figure appear in front of him. The figure was drooling at Shadow Fox and its tail was wagging non-stop. Damn, did you swallow it? Why didn't you chew on such a big bone? Shadow Fox didn't dare to make a sound. After saying that, he had to lure this annoying fellow away. Since you love to eat so much, dying from the food you love is the greatest benevolence I can give you. Yinghu sneered. He had many ways to deal with these cute little animals. Immediately, he took out a bottle of venom from his bosom. Any drop of the venom in this bottle was enough to paralyze a Yuan general-level expert and cause him to lose his mind. It was quite powerful. Then, he took out the last drumstick from the storage ring. He dripped 2 drops of poison on the drumstick. In his opinion, if such a small dog was poisoned to death, only 1 drop would be enough. However, he was a generous person. He would let the dog die in a more dignified manner. This way, the dog would be able to brag about it in the underworld. My demented poison is a secret recipe. You can't buy it even if you want to. You got lucky. Shadow Fox then threw the drumstick that was stained with poison into the distance. The Howling Moon Wolf King also happily ran towards the drumstick. This time, Yinghu was not in a hurry to leave. He had to make sure that this annoying dog was dead before he could continue his mission. Otherwise, if this silly dog barked casually, he might be discovered. When he saw the howling moon wolf king dashing forward, he was deeply shocked. This was because he realized that this little dog's speed seemed to be faster than ordinary dogs. In the blink of an eye, the chicken drumstick had been bitten by the latter before it even landed on the ground. Then, with 2 crunches, the drumstick was chewed up and swallowed. Coming. Shadow Fox calculated the time in his mind. It would take some time for the venom to take effect. 10, 9, 8, 7. This time, the howling moon wolf king did not run back immediately. Instead, it stood still for a while. Shadow Fox was counting silently in his heart. When he counted to 5, he suddenly saw the little mutt burp. He thought that the little dog was going to die, but he saw that the little dog actually turned around and ran towards him again. Fuck, why is there no reaction? This is impossible. 10 seconds had passed, but the little dog in front of him was still jumping around, as if it was begging to be repelled. But for Shadow Fox, there was nothing else he could do. Moreover, he did not understand why this guy was not poisoned to death. Could it be that he had taken the wrong one? Logically speaking, it should have died suddenly. You are having fun here. Didn't I say that I would bite anyone who dared to come in? Just as Shadow Fox was feeling puzzled, he suddenly heard a cold voice coming from behind him. It turned out that Li Zongjio had appeared behind him without him noticing. When he saw Li Zongjio, Shadow Fox's face suddenly became ferocious. To be able to get within 20 steps of me, it seems that you have also practiced the art of concealment. Shadow Fox quietly took a few steps back, but he saw that Li Zongjio stood still and kicked the howling moon wolf king's butt. Suddenly, the howling moon wolf king realized that Li Zongjio was the one who gave it the meat. Moreover, the person in front of it had also climbed over the wall. It should have killed him with its first bite, but because of the temptation of the drumstick, it forgot to do so. For the howling moon wolf king, it was simply a failure in its career. Roar! Immediately, the howling moon wolf king roared at Shadow Fox. Its voice was deep and penetrating, and even this roar made Shadow Fox's heart tremble. This shocked Inghu. He could not believe it. Was this still the same little dog from before? How could it release such a loud roar? This was simply going to scare people out of their wit. However, what shocked him even more was that the howling moon wolf king's body was rapidly transforming. It directly transformed into the huge howling moon wolf king. Under the moonlight, the howling moon wolf king's posture was quite powerful and domineering. At this moment, Shadow Fox was also stunned. He had traveled extensively for so many years, but he had never seen such a powerful existence. It was actually able to transform a little mutt into a wolf king. At the same time, the ferocious aura also made Shadow Fox deeply aware that the strength of the howling moon wolf king in front of him was far above his own. Oh no! Shadow Fox instantly realized that things were not good, so he turned around and ran. In any case, he had already taken half of the money. As for the remaining half, it didn't matter if he took it or not. In any case, the owner was already dead. As for the matter of framing this guy, the hatred seemed to have become less important at this moment. It was inevitable that there would be some misunderstandings about this kind of thing after wandering around for a long time. This was a very common thing. At this moment, Inghu seemed to have let go of everything. Now, he just wanted to jump over the wall. However, before he could reach the wall, the howling moon wolf king bit his clothes and forcefully pulled him back. Bang! Shadow Fox's body instantly fell to the ground. Then, the howling moon wolf king slapped his body with its paw. Holding Shadow Fox's body down, it did not say anything and directly bit down. However, only a cloud of mist rose into the air. It disappeared. A ray of light flashed across the howling moon wolf king's eyes. It actually escaped under its nose. Its nose twitched, and instantly, it saw a figure on the other side running wildly. Roar! Chapter 442. Although this move was very powerful, it had deceived the wolf Howl Wolf. He had deceived the Howling Moon Wolf King, but he had underestimated the gap between the two of them. After all, the Howling Moon Wolf King was the overlord of the forest. In terms of speed, it was no match for the wolf Howl Wolf. The wolf Howl Wolf turned slightly and took a step forward. In an instant, it appeared in front of the Shadow Fox. This time, the Shadow Fox had no other move. The only thing it could do was to run as far as it could. However, the wolf Howl Wolf had already landed on the ground. Boom! The wolf Howl Wolf slapped the Shadow Fox and sent it flying to the ground. Normally, if a person was running forward, it would be better to push him than to pull him. Ordinary. Not only did the Shadow Fox fall to the ground, but its back was also hit by the wolf Howl Wolf's claw. However, it was not injured because it was wearing an inner armor. However, because it blocked the attack, the inner armor was shattered. Wait, I have something to say. The Shadow Fox quickly raised its hand and said. At the same time, there was a huge pig trotter in its hand. The wolf Howl Wolf wanted to dig out the Shadow Fox's head and eat it. After all, it had to listen to Li Zongzhou's orders. However, the sudden appearance of the huge pig trotter made the wolf Howl Wolf stop in its tracks. It stared at the pig trotter with its eyes wide open. Without Li Zongzhou's permission, it did not dare to eat it directly. After thinking about it, it decided to eat the human first before eating the pig trotter. Wait, Li Zongzhou said calmly. The Shadow Fox was quite capable to be able to dodge two of the wolf Howl Wolf's attacks. However, it did not matter whether it was capable or not. Li Zongzhou was in need of talent. After all, Li Zongzhou was always the most powerful one. The wolf Howl Wolf still opened its mouth. However, it directly took a bite of the fragrant pig trotter. It was quite straightforward because it could not bear the smell of the pig trotter. It could not help but eat it directly. Li Zongzhou didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the Shadow Fox in front of him. Don't kill me. I'll give you all the money that Yi Lantian gave me. Let me go. How about that? Yinghu said directly. At the same time, he looked at Li Zongzhou with a pleading look. He never thought that it would be a simple mission. After all, the other party had already sent some assassins. The reason why he asked him to come out was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. But who would have thought that the assassins that those people had arranged before? In the end, none of them appeared. They didn't even manage to touch Li Zongzhou's hair before they were all killed. Therefore, Yinghu had no choice but to take action. However, the truth was that even though he, Yinghu, had intervened, he was still unable to do anything. He still ended up with the same fate. He, Shadow Fox, loved money as much as his life. Now that he had to cough up all that money, it was even crueler than killing him. However, he had no other choice now. He had to hold on to his life first. It was said that money was more important than life, but sometimes, the reason why he earned so much money was to hold on to his cheap life. Do I look like someone who is short of money? Li Zongzhou instantly laughed. You are quite an interesting person. Yinghu glanced at the huge manor around him. Obviously, it wasn't short of money. Even if he did this job, the money he earned was only enough to buy such a manor. However, not only did the young Li Zongzhou buy such a manor, but he also directly reared a Yuan King level meta beast in this manor. This was a level 5 meta beast. Did this meta beast just fall from the sky? In order to rear such a king level meta beast, not only did one need to have enough money, but one also needed to be strong enough. I don't lack money, I don't lack money. Then you don't lack my head either, right? We have no enmity between us, it's just business. Let me go today, and if you need me in the future, feel free to call on me at any time. Yinghu said immediately. Li Zongzhou saw that Yinghu changed his tone so quickly. Did he often beg others for mercy in the past? It was also a headache to think about whether he could use such a person. However, since Yinghu said that he could be ordered at any time, Li Zongzhou happened to have something that he could use Yinghu for. Since you said so, I'll give you a chance. I don't want others to say that I'm unreasonable. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Then, he helped Yinghu up from the ground. What is it? Just say it. If I can't do it, I'll put my head on your table, Yinghu said immediately with a righteous look. It was as if he was duty-bound to do this, and would do his best. You seem to be very confident. Having confidence is a good thing. How about this? I'll give you 3 days to take the head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader and give it to me. Then we'll be even. Li Zongjiu said with a smile. What? The leader of the Green Dragon Gang? Little brother, you must be joking. How is that possible? The leader of the Green Dragon Gang. If he guessed correctly, there was only one Green Dragon Gang in the entire Holy Flame Royal City. Coincidentally, the Azure Dragon Gang was the leader of this underground gang. With such a status, they were almost on the same level as Yilantian. Why don't you just let me kill Yilantian? That would be easier. After all, Yilantian is already dead. Green Dragon Gang. Little brother, you're playing me to death. Yinghu couldn't believe it. Yilantian was really wicked. He was such a difficult person to deal with. Why did he have to find him? Although he was happy when he was first approached, he felt that he had picked up a great bargain. Yinghu really regretted it. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. From today onwards, I'll let this little wolf be your assistant. If you need any help, just look for him. He can understand human language. If you don't want to go, just tell him. He knows what to do. Li Zongjiu said. At the same time, he transmitted his thoughts to the Howling Moon Wolf King. The Howling Moon Wolf King also let out a symbolic howl. However, Yinghu's face was filled with pain. How was this supposed to help him? It was obviously here to watch him. If he tried to escape, he would be eaten. The Howling Moon Wolf King was sent to watch him. But what else could he do? Didn't he still have 3 days? Then, he would spend the next 3 days enjoying himself. Then, Li Zongjiu asked Yinghu to leave. The Howling Moon Wolf King followed closely behind. There was nothing to worry about letting the Howling Moon Wolf King follow Yinghu. With Yinghu's strength, there was no way he could escape from the Howling Moon Wolf King's claws. Li Zongjiu wasn't worried even when he was walking in the Sacred Flame Royal City. In the worst case, Li Zongjiu only needed a thought to know the situation in the city. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems. With Li Zongjiu's current strength, there was nothing to be afraid of in the city. As long as he didn't force his way into the palace, everything else could be solved. Moreover, he now had an identity. It was this identity that brought Li Zongjiu a lot of convenience. Originally, he wanted to visit the Yi family's courtyard directly tonight. However, due to the disturbance caused by Yinghu, his trip was delayed. Therefore, he returned to his room to cultivate. Chapter 443. At this moment, funeral cloths were hung everywhere in the Yi family. Yilantian's sudden murder had almost turned the Yi family upside down. Although it had not been completely flipped over yet, the funeral was a very extreme and very obvious manifestation of it. Yilantian's wife, Madame Xiang, had no choice but to be elected. However, Yilantian's brothers all wanted to come to the Yi family to take a share of the family business. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for second brother's death. Don't worry, as long as big brother is still alive, he will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and arrest the murderer. Yilantian's eldest brother was the district chief of this city. He was equivalent to the county's great-grandfather in this city. However, it was obvious that in this monarch city, this position could only deal with some trivial matters. He did not even dare to interfere in slightly bigger matters. The slightest carelessness would cause him to fall into a situation of eternal damnation. This position was obviously not very useful. If it were not for Yilantian, he would not even be able to become the district chief. After all, it was all thanks to Yilantian's prestige that such a gluttonous and lazy person was able to survive until now. If you want to talk about me, Since such a thing actually happened in second brother's family, we should go to that master to calculate. At the same time, we should also bless the Yi family mansion. There must be some evil force causing trouble here. The youngest fifth brother was obsessed with the theory of ghosts and gods. As he spoke, he even looked at Madame Xiang intentionally or unintentionally. Then, he muttered in an extremely soft voice. Could it be that he was cursed to death? Madame Xiang was in the morning hall. She listened to these brothers who used to be her husband's brother's gossip. They did not put the brotherhood in their eyes at all. They even dared to directly borrow money from her in front of her deceased husband. However, in just half a month, Madame Xiang had lost 2 sons and a daughter. Now, even her husband had been killed. How could people not gossip behind her back? Elder sister, since old master has already become like this, our Yi family courtyard cannot be without a leader. If that were to spread out, we would inevitably become a laughing stock. Song-er has been learning by old master's side since he was young. Why don't we let Song-er temporarily manage some of the family's affairs? As for the other arrangements, we will wait for the emperor's decree before making a decision. How about it? Yi Tsong was born of the second madam, but in reality, he was just a son who only knew how to squander money. He was incapable in both civil and martial art. If the Yi clan was handed over to Yi Tsong to manage, it would basically be crippled. However, Madame Xiang was a woman and it was difficult for her to wield power. It would be a joke if she said it out loud. On the other hand, handing it over to Yi Tsong might look decent, but the Yi family's business would probably be lost. She gave birth to 2 sons with Madame Xiang, but now both of them died suddenly, killed by someone. Their bodies had not even turned cold, and now, her husband was directly killed. Even if Madame Xiang had the ability to manage the Yi clan's affairs, she was not in the mood to do so at this time. The few people below were all eyeing the position of the head of the family covetously. For the past few days, they probably still had Madame Xiang in their eyes. If a few more days passed, they would probably turn the sky upside down. Elder sister, second sister, if we're talking about civil and military skills, then our family's Jier is more outstanding and appropriate. Impudent. I'm talking to elder sister here. When is it your turn to speak? Old master's body has not even turned cold. Could it be that you want to rebel? This second madam's temper was usually the most eccentric and irritable. Moreover, she had many tricks up her sleeve. Many of the sisters were also forced by her to the point that they almost could not stand it anymore. After being shouted at by the second madam, some of the people behind her who had other thoughts also dispelled one by one. It was difficult to explain the matter under the other party's prestige. If she was angered, then she might directly use force. Elder sister, it's not that I'm anxious as a younger sister, but I'm really thinking about the big picture. Look at old master's brothers, they are all eyeing our family business covetously. If Gu Xing and Gu Yu were here, they would not dare to be so impudent. I'm also thinking for the good of the Yi clan. The second madam slowly said. After this analysis, those who did not know would really think that the second madam was thinking for the good of the Yi clan. However, in reality, once Yi Tsong ascended to the position, he would definitely fiercely reorganize the Yi clan. Now, the most important thing was to obtain the Dark Knight token. Only this Dark Knight token could mobilize the Yi clan's most elite troops, the Dark Knight army. If they could control the entire Dark Knight army, then they would be able to dominate the Yi clan. Younger sister, you're thinking too much. If you have time, you should go and see Tsong-er first. Madame Xiang turned around to look at the second madam, and said indifferently. Yi Lantian was her husband. Her 2 sons and 1 daughter were all cruelly killed by someone. As a mother and a wife, even if the hope was slim, she would definitely not give up. She must do something. The second madam was also stunned. What did Madame Xiang mean? Lord Xiang Yu of the Xiang family has arrived. Xiang Yu. He was also Madame Xiang's younger brother. What were these people doing here? Even if they were here to pay their respects, it was not their turn yet. Madam, just as the second madam was about to question Madame Xiang, one of her servant girls quickly walked over and whispered a few words into the second madam's ear. However, the speed of her words was extremely fast. What? Song-er is in prison. When the second madam heard this, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck her. Such a thing actually happened at such a critical moment. The reason for Yi Tsong's imprisonment was extremely strange. Attempted sexual assault. He was reported in court. It was said that the special envoys caught him on the spot and directly detained him in prison. They did not even need to interrogate him and directly arrested him. Xiang Shuyu, how can you be so ruthless? The second madam immediately pointed at Madame Xiang and shouted sternly. In order to prevent Yi Tsong from coming out and causing trouble, she actually used such a method. It was really hard to believe. Madame Xiang must have planned this long ago. Younger sister, why do you say that? My husband, my son, my daughter. If I, Xiang Shu, don't avenge these blood feuds, how can I still have the face to live in this world? No matter who is behind this, I will eliminate them all. As for all of you, Dark Knight Army, listen up. The Yi clan members are not to go out without my orders. Chapter 444. Early in the morning, Li Zongjiu took a deep breath of fresh air in the courtyard. He had killed more than a dozen people yesterday, but today, it was as if nothing had happened. In Li Zongjiu's opinion, it was a very normal thing. Today, Li Zongjiu was also preparing to go to the library of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor to browse. When he returned to the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, he also found that Kuan Erisher was nowhere to be seen. However, he thought that Kuan Erisher must have gone on a date with Shueiyue, or he must have gone to work under Sunyu. Why is it so lively? When Li Zongjiu was heading to the library, he happened to pass by the square. At this moment, there were many people gathered in the square. He could see that these people were constantly moving, and their faces were filled with excitement. Quick, Senior Brother Guo is giving a sermon. He's sharing his experience in the Genius Tower. Let's go quickly. There won't be any seats left if we're late. Some of the students were running at top speed. Whether it was the first or second years, they all rushed out enthusiastically. There were only about 100 seats in the square, and they were all filled. Senior Brother Guo? Li Zongjiu wasn't interested at all. He directly swept past these people. However, when he passed by the Genius Tower, he found that the 7th floor of the Genius Tower had already been broken through. The person who broke through was a person called Guosi. There were 3 stages on the 1st floor of the Genius Tower. Half a month ago, Li Zongjiu was still at the juncture of the 3rd stage on the 7th floor. Now, he had directly broken through to the 8th floor. Therefore, Guosi came out of seclusion to share his experience. Although the specific method was difficult to describe, those who passed the test could use their own experience to comprehend the mysteries within and express it in their own word. As for how much could be imparted and how much could be absorbed by ordinary people, that would depend on the individual's luck. However, passing the 8th floor wasn't a big deal. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to enter the library, he saw a man in white walking out with a few people. One of them was Sima Chun, who had tried to rope in Li Zongjiu but was scolded by Li Zongjiu. Sima Chun was obviously chatting and laughing in front of the white-robed man. He had a flattering look on his face. However, everyone knew that Sima Chun liked to be friends with everyone. Therefore, they let him be. Anyway, Sima Chun's status wasn't simple. In addition, his talent wasn't bad either. It was natural for a person of such status to fawn over you. Naturally, you would feel proud of yourself. Hey, isn't this Li Zongjiu, Junior Brotherly? Are you also here to listen to Senior Brother Guosi's lecture? When Sima Chun saw Li Zongjiu, he was pleasantly surprised. Recently, Li Zongjiu was in the limelight. Sima Chun wanted to rope him in, but after the last contact, he found that Li Zongjiu didn't seem to be easy to get along with. Therefore, Sima Chun was also thinking of ways to get close to Li Zongjiu. But yesterday, he seemed to have heard that Li Zongjiu seemed to have contradicted Sima family's patriarch, Sima Xingyan, Sima Chun's father, which made Sima Chun somewhat puzzled. However, he thought that his father might have given him face because Li Zongjiu was his classmate. Sima Chun suddenly remembered and quickly said to the white-robed man beside him, "Senior brother Guo, this is the new king of this year's freshman, Li Zongjiu." Hearing this, the white-robed man also glanced at Li Zongjiu. "So this is junior brother Li. The younger generation will surpass us in time. If there is anything you don't understand about alchemy in the future, you can ask me at any time," Guosi said with a smile. He also showed a kind face to Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu was a genuine old fox. How could he not see through Guosi's background? He would be able to easily see through it. A hypocritical young man. Most importantly, he actually boasted so shamelessly. However, when the students beside him heard Guosi's words, they all looked at Li Zongjiu with envy. One must know that Guosi gave Li Zongjiu a chance when he opened his mouth. Moreover, he had the intention to cultivate Li Zongjiu. With Guosi's strength, his strength had even surpassed some of the teachers in the academy. Therefore, to be able to receive Guosi's guidance was something that they could only envy. From this point, it could be seen that Guosi also thought highly of Li Zongjiu. "With your little ability, it's better to keep it for yourself," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Until now, Guosi's face had been maintaining this smile, but when he heard Li Zongjiu's words, his smile suddenly froze. Even the flatterer Sima Chun was stunned. Just a moment ago, he was happy for Li Zongjiu and was extremely impressed. Geniuses appreciated each other. However, what did Li Zongjiu mean by his words? What did he mean by his little ability? It seemed like he was looking down on senior brother Guosi. One must know that senior brother Guosi had solved the Genius Tower's difficult problem a few days ago. He had become the first person to reach the 8th floor. What kind of glory was this? What kind of strength was this? No wonder he was ranked 4th on the Alchemy Master ranking. Li Zongjiu was someone who had yet to be ranked on the Alchemy Master ranking. Could it be that he was looking down on an expert on the Alchemy Master ranking? Wasn't he being a little too arrogant? However, the most important thing was Li Zongjiu's last sentence. Keep it for himself to keep it for himself? What did that mean? Wasn't he saying? With Guosi's ability, it was only enough to guard his house. Wasn't it just a dog? He was implying that Guosi's cultivation had all been focused on a single dog. Li Zongjiu really dared to say anything. Hearing this, the surrounding people's expressions all changed. Impudent! How dare you speak so rudely in front of senior brother? I think you've become too arrogant. How dare you be so impudent in front of senior brother Guosi? Before Sima Chun could say anything, the two students behind Guosi pointed at Li Zongjiu and shouted. It was as if they were criticizing an unpardonable evil person. Li Zongjiu glanced at the two people. The two of you are shouting quite happily. Get out of my way and don't block my way. Otherwise, you can only give a lecture while lying on your stomach. His words were obviously directed at Guosi. Originally, he didn't want to pay any attention to Guosi. However, he actually said that he wanted to give Li Zongjiu some pointers. I'm afraid I didn't beat the shit out of you. That's because you pooped more cleanly in the morning. As for why he didn't bother with those boot-licking followers, that was also to save time. He couldn't just step on any grasshopper that hopped in front of him one by one. Chapter 445. What are you talking about? This is Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, not a place for hooligans. What are you talking about? These people were also relying on the fact that Guosi was standing in front of them. Each and every one of them mustered up their courage and continued to confront Li Zongjiu. Why aren't you apologizing to Senior Guo? Maybe Senior Guo will be magnanimous and forgive you. That's right. How dare you talk nonsense in front of Senior Guo after learning some mediocre skills? Sima Chun looked at the situation and quickly walked in front of Li Zongjiu and whispered to Li Zongjiu. Junior brother Li, this senior brother Guo is someone you can't afford to offend. He's very powerful. Hurry up and apologize. I'll go talk to him and we'll forget about this matter today. Give me some face and admit defeat. Get out of the way. You're dead. Li Zongjiu directly slapped Sima Chun's head and threw him to the side. In fact, Li Zongjiu was also holding back. Although he and Sima Chun were on good terms, he didn't add insult to injury in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was naturally able to tell who was good and who was bad. This slap was to teach Sima Chun a lesson. At the same time, it was to make Sima Chun roll to the side and not get involved in the following matter. You guys are all big and burly men. Your parents painstakingly raised you and sent you to Heavenly Day Medicine Manor to study hard. But you guys are here, kneeling and licking someone who is similar to you. Don't you have any shame? How can you face your parents like this? Is it because this guy wants to sleep with your women? You guys are also willing to let him do it. You guys are also very happy to clap at the side when he does it. Li Zongjiu pointed at the young man behind Guosi and scolded him. The current atmosphere in Heavenly Day Medicine Manor was also like this. No wonder there were so few talents in this dynasty. Each and every one of them was kneeling on the ground. Just looking at them made one angry. All of a sudden, it ignited everyone in the room. What did you say? Even Guosi, who had an extremely good temper, pointed at Li Zongjiu and angrily reprimanded him. The fact that Li Zongjiu had spoken such filthy words meant that his heart was extremely impure. The pills refined by such a person would definitely be even more smelly than the smelly rocks in the dung pit. I dare you to say that again. I won't allow you to insult Xiang. There's absolutely no such thing. One of them seemed to be trying his best to deny Li Zongjiu's words. The two companions beside him also looked at him with incomparable shock. If there was no such thing, then why was he so agitated to deny it? Why did he look so agitated? You? Why are you all looking at me? I only asked Xiang to help senior brother Guo grind the medicine. There's absolutely nothing else. That person was at a loss. He didn't know what to do at all. He could only give such a far-fetched explanation. However, such an explanation was really pale and powerless. It was even hard for people to believe it. Shut up. Li Zongjiu, I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to slander me and defame me in front of so many senior brothers? Guosi pointed at Li Zongjiu and roared in a low voice. There was an ominous glint in his eyes as he glared angrily at Li Zongjiu. However, in the next moment, he saw Li Zongjiu grab his hand. He directly fell backwards. This shoulder throw was also very beautiful. Bang! Guosi's entire body was smashed to the ground. He fell to the ground and couldn't move. He looked as if he was about to die. Even Guosi himself didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would actually dare to attack him. Such an extremely vile act actually happened to him in front of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's library. Don't be too arrogant. What right did Li Zongjiu have to be so arrogant? Guosi, who had fallen to the ground, didn't get up. Some of the lackeys around him were also stunned. This was simply too much. He actually dared to attack. Speak properly. Don't point at me. It's so rude. Li Zongjiu glanced at Guosi, who was lying on the ground, and said indifferently. At this moment, some of the people behind him hurriedly went up to support Guosi. They were concerned about Guosi, but they realized that the fall was indeed quite heavy. Li Zongjiu, you are so daring. You actually dare to kill your fellow disciple. I will report you to the Academic Affairs Department. Whatever. Li Zongjiu walked up the stairs and entered the library. When he heard the words of the people behind him, he waved his hand and said without even turning his head, The so-called Academic Affairs Department was specifically used to deal with those who were disobedient and had committed serious violations of the school rules. For such people, they would be sent to the Academic Affairs Department to receive punishment. Even if the teachers or elders in the academy committed a mistake, the Academic Affairs Department had the authority to punish them. Most of the students who were sent to such a place would be severely taught a lesson. Very few of them were disobedient. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care. With the Imperial Alchemist token in his hand, no one would be able to touch him. Now that he thought about it, if it wasn't for him, the one who had the highest chance of winning this competition would be Meng Yu from the Qing Yuan Manor. This token felt like it was tailor-made for Meng Yu. However, it had now fallen into his hand. Not only that, Meng Yu was directly killed by someone. Of course, he was killed by Li Zongjiu. It seemed like the Qing Yuan Manor had made a big mistake. Although Meng Yu's death didn't have much to do with Li Zongjiu, the Qing Yuan Manor would definitely come looking for him. This Li Zongjiu is simply lawless and has no regard for the law. Let's jointly report him. Is there anyone who wants to follow me? The boy who was talking about Xiang suddenly said with righteous indignation. It seemed like he was preparing to get rid of evil for the people. However, the rest of the people didn't listen to him. Let's send Senior Guosi to the medical hall first. It seems like his injury is not light. Seeing that Guosi was still unable to get up, his mind was still clear. However, he had no way to control his body. This strange state was really surprising. If he still couldn't recover in a while, then it would really be the same as what Li Zongjiu said. He could only lie down and share this lecture. His attack was really ruthless. They didn't know how Li Zongjiu did it. Chapter 446. After all, this was the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. If someone were to die here, Li Zongjiu would not have an easy time. After all, Li Zongjiu was still in the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, and he needed the things in the Genius Tower. It was best not to be too high-profile. This time, he came to the library to look for the location of some herbs. It's not easy to refine a grade 6 elixir, Li Zongjiu thought to himself. At the same time, he began to search through the books on the bookshelf. Finally, he found a book called The Encyclopedia of All Things. With the crystal of the blood medicine worm as the catalyst, I can refine a longevity myriad yuan elixir. However, I still lack a few unique herbs. The herbs needed to refine a grade 6 elixir could not be bought on the market. Only a specialized team could help you find them. However, he had to provide some information first. These medicinal herbs were enough to make people go bankrupt. These medicinal herbs were like treasures, and they could only be found in some special places. It was equivalent to an extremely large project. Ghost Burial Flower, in the Thousand Ghost Abyss? Li Zongjiu looked at the introduction in his hand and found the herb he needed. The Ghost Burial Flower had to be at least 1,000 years old. In order to refine a grade 6 elixir, even if it was just some supplementary herbs, it had to be at least 100 years old. Therefore, in order to refine a grade 6 elixir, the sect would usually use all its resources to refine the elixir. Generally, the sect would not open the cauldron to refine the elixir. After all, if the refinement failed, it would take a long time to recover. 1,000-year purple fairy vine. Ghost King Night Grass. Li Zongjiu counted a few times. The longevity myriad yuan elixir had gathered the power of the ghost immortals. Even among the grade 6 elixirs, it was one of the best. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to refine. In order to control the power of the ghost immortals, one would need a lot of power. Are you looking for the Ghost Burial Flower? That's not easy to deal with. Just as Li Zongjiu was flipping through the pages, an old man in charge of arranging the books in the library noticed the page in Li Zongjiu's hand and said. Li Zongjiu looked at the latter. The strength of this old man was absolutely unfathomable to ordinary people, but Li Zongjiu recognized this person. In his previous life, the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor had faced several crises, and they were almost wiped out. After all, there had been several major incidents. There was also someone who wanted to destroy the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. However, the legendary Mansion Lord never showed up. But as long as the old man of the library took action, the Mansion Lord would leave with his tail between his legs. After knowing that the Mansion Lord was here, the people outside no longer dared to act presumptuously. This old man could be considered the protector of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. His strength was already close to the peak of the Yuan monarch level. Usually, he would tidy up the books in his hands and live a simple life, rarely showing his face. Li Zhongjiu did not know the reason why he chose to live in seclusion. After all, he was too lazy to care about the person in front of him. However, later on, he occasionally heard that this old man had already been poisoned many years ago. This kind of poison was usually hidden extremely well. However, once Yuan power was used, it would increase the speed of the poison. It was rumored that this poison originated from the great desolate lands. The Mansion Lord, who had not shown his face for many years, was in the Desolation Land, searching for the existence of the detoxification herb. Unfortunately, he did not manage to wait for the Mansion Lord to return. This old man would probably die in 100 years. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had only heard of this news, but he did not take it to heart. After all, at that time, it was difficult for him to even survive, so how could he have the time to listen to the legends of the underworld? It was only when he met the Mansion Lord of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor that he would occasionally sigh. If he had been in the mansion that day, this would not have happened. Li Zhongjiu did not know the name of this old man. At the very least, he could only protect himself in front of this old man. It was impossible for him to shake this old man in the slightest. A pinnacle Yuan monarch powerhouse was not someone who could be so easily shaken. "Senior, do you know about this ghost burial flower?" Li Zhongjiu asked. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life, this old man was Li Zhongjiu's senior. Therefore, it did not matter if he addressed him as such. Li Zhongjiu was not always so arrogant in front of everyone. "I know about it, but why do you want this evil thing?" the old man asked. Once this ghost burial flower was born, there would be no life within a radius of 10,000 miles. This kind of power was not something an ordinary Yuan master could withstand. If one got close, one would be devoured by this ghost burial flower. Unless one's cultivation had reached the Yuan King realm, only then would one be able to withstand it. "To refine elixirs," Li Zhongjiu replied. "Can such an evil thing be used to refine elixirs? Are you refining poison?" the old man asked curiously. "Of course not. What is evil? Is anything that can kill evil? Power itself is not divided into good and evil. There is no need to test me on this point. If you have something to ask of me, you can get straight to the point. You and I are not the kind of people who drag things out," Li Zhongjiu said nonchalantly. At this point, Li Zhongjiu had already guessed the old man's intentions. He also knew that this old man was deliberately testing him. Li Zhongjiu was able to see through the old man's methods and intentions. After learning about it, he directly explained the situation. The old man seemed to be a little surprised by Li Zhongjiu's discovery and tried his best to disguise himself. "There is no need to disguise yourself. Why bother hiding your cultivation at the peak of the Yuan King realm in such a place, right?" When Li Zhongjiu said this, the old man's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. How did Li Zhongjiu know that his cultivation was at such a level? When the old man took a closer look at Li Zhongjiu, he actually discovered that Li Zhongjiu had the strength of a grade 9 Yuan master. He was even more shocked. You actually possess the cultivation of a 9th grade Yuan ancestor. Such a monstrous talent, who exactly are you?" The old man in the library was extremely shocked. A grade 9 Yuan master was not a cultivation level that Li Zhongjiu should have at his age. Even if he did, he should not have appeared in a place like Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. "Who I am is not important. However, if you are unable to remove the great desolate sky scorpion's poison in your body within 10 years, your cultivation will be completely devoured. Li Zhongjiu once again said something that made the old man extremely shocked. You? Who exactly are you? The old man's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Chapter 447. Don't be nervous. You should have already investigated who I am. Even the records of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor are clearly written down. You can check them at any time. Li Zhongjiu said. After all, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was a top-notch institution. They would definitely have a complete information system. The background of the students would definitely be thoroughly investigated. This was also a method to obtain resources. It did not mean that the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wanted to obtain anything from the student. It was because the higher-ups had to make preparations. The old man in the library looked at Li Zhongjiu silently. Indeed, before approaching Li Zhongjiu, he had already read all the information about Li Zhongjiu. He also knew the identity of this Li Zhongjiu. However, he did not expect Li Zhongjiu to know so much. Since you know about the Desolation Sky Scorpion, do you know how to detoxify the poison of this Sky Scorpion? The old man probed, hoping to hear a positive answer from Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu also pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. As long as you can help me detoxify the poison of this Sky Scorpion, I will agree to whatever you want. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, I can directly give you the position of an elder. Even the guy who had a conflict with you at the entrance can leave at any time. In the future, it will not be a problem for you to do whatever you want in Monarch City. The old man was clearly excited. He even made so many promises just to get Li Zhongjiu to help him detoxify the poison. Clearly, this matter had been bothering him for a long time. He was even a little impatient. The poison of this Sky Scorpion is naturally nothing special, Li Zhongjiu said faintly. Originally, he wanted to personally make a trip to the abyss of 1,000 ghosts. However, it seemed that he had already found a means of transportation. Moreover, this person had taken the initiative to come to him. This made Li Zhongjiu feel a little disappointed. The heavens were really helping him. Just tell me, what are the conditions for you to remove the poison from my body? The old man said. Seeing Li Zhongjiu's slow manner, he couldn't wait to directly hold a knife to Li Zhongjiu's neck and interrogate him. However, the old man was clearly aware of Li Zhongjiu's strength. Such a formidable young man was truly rare. Didn't I say that I want to concoct pills? However, these herbs are still a little difficult for me. Moreover, I don't have that much time to look for these things. If you want me to help you, help me find these herbs first. Li Zhongjiu handed the slip of paper to the old man. The old man casually skimmed through the names in front of him and felt as though his scalp was about to explode. This kid was clearly treating him as a laborer and asking him to sacrifice his life for free. If he died in the process of searching for these herbs, who would he look for? Most importantly, the old man wasn't sure if Li Zhongjiu had the ability to remove the poison from his body. Previously, there were many geniuses in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. The old man had also secretly guided them on this path, but they didn't seem to have the ability to do so. Although some of them were able to figure it out, there was no way out. However, in the end, there was nothing he could do. After all, the primordial Sky Scorpion's poison was too cruel and overbearing. Even though he was a peak Yuan monarch, he could barely suppress the poison within his body. He couldn't move at all. As of now, his cultivation could be considered to have been crippled. Young man, it won't be easy for you to find these herbs. What the old man meant was that he wanted Li Zhongjiu to tell him if he really had the ability to treat his poison. Naturally, you don't have to worry about whether I have the ability to detoxify the poison. What good would it do me to lie to you? Li Zhongjiu said. This was the conversation of a smart person. The old man also understood that as long as Li Zhongjiu didn't intend to commit suicide, He wouldn't choose to provoke a peak Yuan monarch powerhouse. All right, you are a smart person. I believe you. Don't worry. At the very least, I can guarantee that no one in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor will dare touch you during this period of time. The old man said solemnly. Li Zongjiu nodded in satisfaction. You have 5 months from now. If you exceed this time, I won't need to look for you anymore. Do you understand? Therefore, your time is also very tight. Li Zongjiu patted the old man's shoulder. He didn't want to give the old man any chance to drag things out. However, before Li Zongjiu could walk out of the library, a group of people in black robes walked in. When they saw Li Zongjiu, one of them immediately flashed a sign. Academic Affairs Department, someone has reported that you have maliciously injured another person. You have the right to remain silent. However, we will record everything you say and take you away. The person who had just arrived didn't say anything else. With a wave of his hand, he was about to order the person to be taken away. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, sneered and stood still. How much money did you receive to actually do such a thing? Li Zongjiu said. When the person from the Academic Affairs Department heard this, he knew that Li Zongjiu was indeed arrogant. He actually dared to go against the people from the Academic Affairs Department. Could it be that this guy didn't want to stay in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor anymore? If the Academic Affairs Department wanted to chase him away, no one would be able to stay safely. You're courting death. Take him away. I want to interrogate him properly. Put on a hood. The person who led the group said sternly. Li Zongjiu wasn't in a hurry to resist. He just stood there without moving. There was no need for him to deal with these matters now. All of you, stop. Just as the people from the Academic Affairs Department were about to take action, an old man's roar came from behind. Then, the old man from the library walked out. This Li Zongjiu is from my library. All of you, scram. After the old man appeared, he said without any trace of politeness. It was as if this wave of his hand was enough to send people flying. The people from the Academic Affairs Department were pushed back a few steps by this palm. They originally wanted to retaliate in anger. However, they suddenly thought of something and immediately widened their eyes. They looked at the old man in front of them with a trace of shock in their eyes. Then, they looked at the old man with incomparable shock. Sorry to disturb you. We'll leave now. We'll leave now. The head of the Academic Affairs Department immediately waved his hand and led the people away. At this moment, the people who were standing at the side and waiting to watch a good show were also shocked. How could this be? You guys, aren't you going to arrest him? Li Zongjiu calmly walked past that person and patted him on the shoulder. I pity your Xiang'er. That person was stunned when he heard this. Xiang'er is innocent. Chapter 448. Sacred Flame Royal City. In the southeast corner of the city, there was a white-clothed person. He was dressed delicately and looked like a scholar. The paper fan in his hand was constantly flapping his palm. Behind the scholar, there was also an old lady with a walking stick. She was trying her best to follow the white-clothed person. Young lady, please slow down. I can't keep up with you. The old woman's body was stooped as she continued to walk forward. However, the white-clothed woman's body was incomparably vigorous. In a short while, she had already walked far away, causing the old woman to constantly shuttle through the crowd. After much difficulty, the old woman finally brought the white-clothed woman to an inn for the time being. We'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go to the auction and buy back our compassionate travel sex things. The old lady said leisurely. Then, she ordered 2 bowls of plain noodles. Granny, since it's our things, why do we have to buy it? Because we're not strong enough now. The old lady said. This was a sore spot. It made it difficult for the old lady to talk about it. She wished that her cultivation could slowly increase. In that case, she wouldn't have to worry about the treaty in the secular world. She could directly snatch the things that belonged to their sect. Then how strong do we have to be? The white-clothed woman wasn't old. While waiting for the noodles to be served, she also used 2 chopsticks to poke her 2 dimples. She looked at the old lady in front of her with a bored expression. Because ever since she could remember things, her granny had been repeatedly saying that they weren't strong enough, but they were strong enough. Moreover, she would quickly say that you'll know when you grow up. When you grow up, you'll know. Granny said. The noodles are here. 2 bowls of plain noodles. Please, let's eat the noodles. The white-clothed woman raised her chopsticks excitedly. Soon, she finished the bowl of noodles in front of her. This bowl is also yours, thank you, Granny. The white-clothed woman unceremoniously ate all the noodles on the table. The old lady looked at the girl in front of her with an extremely doting gaze. This was the hope of their sex future. On the other side, although something like that happened in the Zhao family's territory, they still had to do what they had to do. However, what should be done still had to be done. After all, the Zhao family was also a victim. Some of the items that had yet to be auctioned had to be taken out for auction. If they could not be delivered on time, their auction house would also bear the risk. Therefore, they continued to announce to the public that they would continue to auction the stone steels of the compassionate travel sect. Because of the previous incident, there were even rumors that Yilan Tian had offended someone he could not afford to offend and was dealt with by someone else. In addition, this incident also gave the compassionate travel sect's stone tablet a sense of mystery. Of course, it was very likely that the Zhao family was manipulating public opinion behind the scenes and making up for the benefit. The location of the second auction was changed to the Cool Breeze Inn. What was surprising was that Zhao Jingxian was also interested in Li Zongjiu after the previous incident. There must be something behind this Li Zongjiu. If he could grasp this opportunity well, it would be an extremely important beginning for the Zhao family. However, this time, Zhao Jingxian did not have the time to look for Li Zongjiu to participate in this auction. Someone had already come to look for him. The person who came caught Zhao Jingxian off guard. He could not believe that this person would come to look for him. You know Li Zongjiu, right? Qi Yanran said indifferently and glanced at Zhao Jingxian. Zhao Jingxian nodded repeatedly. I know him, I know him. I want to meet him at your auction. Can you help me arrange it? You have the final say on how much it is. Qi Yanran said. These words made Zhao Jingxian a little confused. What did she mean? She wanted to meet Li Zongjiu at the Zhao family's auction? Were the two of them going on a date or something? Why were they so mysterious? Were they doing something behind the scenes? However, Zhao Jingxian was also a smart person. Qi Yanran was a person who was difficult to get in touch with. If Qi Yanran did not take the initiative to look for Zhao Jingxian, it would be difficult for Zhao Jingxian to get in touch with Qi Yanran. He naturally understood Qi Yanran's request. Moreover, this was such a good opportunity. How could he accept Qi Yanran's money? Miss Qi, don't worry. Leave this small matter to me. I won't accept a single cent, Zhao Jingxian said with a smile. I owe you a favor. After Qi Yanran finished speaking, she turned and left. This made Zhao Jingxian smile even more in his heart. This was not a big matter and he actually got a favor from Qi Yanran. This was the top genius of the Qi family, one of the 4 great families. Her words were even more effective than the words of the Qi family's head. Before Zhao Jingxian could arrange these things, soon another person came to look for Zhao Jingxian. Brother Shu, what brings you here? It's so rare to see you. When Zhao Jingxian saw the person who came, he was suddenly shocked. What kind of wind was blowing in the Holy Flame Royal City today? It actually blew all these people, who would not normally see each other for 8 lifetimes, here. Shu in front of him was a complete cultivation maniac. If he did not cultivate, he would die. Therefore, Shu spent almost all his time on cultivation. Time was very precious. Earlier, many people came to him to ask for pills, but they were all rejected. This was because he did not have the time to refine pills for others. Now that Shi Shu appeared in front of him, Zhao Jingxian was shocked. "This is my notes on refining pills. I want to pawn it to you." Hearing Shi Shu's words, Zhao Jingshuan's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. Although Shi Shu's status in the Shi family was not high, it was a matter of the past. To be able to cultivate Shi Shu to his current strength step by step, the Shi family had obviously put in a lot of capital. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to cultivate a fourth-grade alchemist. Now, Shi Shu did not have any power in the Shi family, nor did he have any income. However, he was a great signboard. A fourth-grade alchemist was welcomed by any family. Naturally, the Shi family would protect him. Such a person should not be lacking in money. "Brother Shi Shu, you have come to me because you think highly of me. How can I take your life's work? Tell me, how much do you want?" Zhao Jingxian said generously. The main reason was that he was in a good mood today. He didn't expect that these people, whom he usually didn't see, would take the initiative to come to him. This was a very proud thing. Even Qi Yanran owed him a favor. Just thinking about it made him very excited. 5 billion purple yuan. Chapter 449. When he heard this amount, Zhao Jingshuan's legs almost went soft. Originally, he had thought that this stone tree would at most cost 700 or 800 million purple yuan, which was already the limit. But when he opened his mouth, he actually asked for 5 billion purple yuan. Where would he find so much money to give to this young man? This immediately put Zhao Jingxian in a difficult position. Shi Shu also knew that this was a huge sum that ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford. Therefore, he went to look for Zhao Jingxian, who was one of the 4 great families. From what he knew, Zhao Jingxian was very rich. His daily squandering was extremely extravagant. Therefore, looking for Zhao Jingxian was the most likely to succeed. If it was Qi Yanran who came to borrow money, then Zhao Jingxian would go bankrupt and sell everything he had to raise the money for her, because Qi Yanran's identity and status were different. She had unlimited potential. As for Shi Shu, although Shi Shu's strength was very strong, Shi Shu was already at his limit. However, the situation inside Shi Shu's body was like an arrow at the end of its flight, a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Once the money was lent to Shi Shu, who would be able to get the money back from him? Therefore, even Zhao Jingxian didn't dare to do this. "Brother Shi Shu, it's not that I, Zhao Jingxian, don't want to help you. It's just that this amount, even for me, is like a moat." Zhao Jingxian couldn't voice his own bitterness. A few days ago, at the auction, he had spent 100 million purple yuan out of his own pocket to buy an item that was only worth 2 million purple yuan and then gave it to someone else. This was the most sullen thing. He had lost 100 million purple yuan for no reason. How much money would he have to earn? Hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed across Shi Shu's eyes. Over the past few days, he had done his best to convince his mother to borrow 5 billion purple yuan from the Shi clan. This move alone had shaken the status of the Shi clan's patriarch, who was also Shi Shu's father. This was because Shi Shu's mother was only a maidservant of the patriarch of the Shi clan. Therefore, in order to gather the 5 billion purple yuan, Shi Shu had to go through a lot of torture and training. In the process, Shi Shu realized that this was the real trial. These physical ailments were never true tribulations, but the ways of the world. This alchemy notebook of his was the result of many years of hard work. If it wasn't a last resort, he wouldn't have taken out this notebook, but Shi Shu was disappointed. If he couldn't get 10 billion, then he wouldn't have any chance. This was his only chance. Seeing that the stone tree was about to turn and leave, Zhao Jingxian felt as if he saw a person turn and walk into the darkness. This gave Zhao Jingxian a strange feeling. If it was in the past, Zhao Jingxian wouldn't care if you lived or died. "Brother Shi Shu, may I ask what you need so much money for?" Zhao Jingxian asked. "Find someone to treat," Shi Shu said with a bitter taste in his mouth. He did not expect that after so many years of illness, He would be overwhelmed by money at this crucial moment. Who is it? Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Li Zongjiu. Shi Shu said. This wasn't a secret and there was nothing to hide. Since he had already said it, he could only wait and see if anyone would want his alchemy notes in the black market. What? Li Zongjiu again? Brother Shi Shu, wait. Zhao Jingxian hurriedly stopped Shi Shu. When he heard Shi Shu mention Li Zongjiu, Zhao Jingxian understood why he felt that something was wrong. It was because this matter was related to Li Zongjiu. Could this Li Zongjiu be a god? Because of this Li Zongjiu, all these people that he normally wouldn't see gathered around him. However, Zhao Jingxian thought about it and realized that it was because Li Zongjiu had received his invitation to participate in this auction. In the eyes of outsiders, he had formed a friendship with Li Zongjiu. That was why Qi Yanran came to find him. You're saying that you want these 5 billion purple yuan in order to find Li Zongjiu to treat your hidden illness? Shi Shu's illness was already an open secret. There was no cure for the disease of dry meridians. Could it be that Li Zongjiu had the ability to cure this disease? In an instant, Zhao Jingxian felt that his future was bright. If Li Zongjiu could really cure the disease of dry meridians without many people knowing about it, then Li Zongjiu would become a secret that only Zhao Jingxian knew. If he could establish a cooperative relationship with Li Zongjiu, it would be like unearthing a primordial stone mine hidden in the sea. Such a matter was simply an opportunity for the Zhao family to make a lot of money every day. Most importantly, it was he, Zhao Jingxian, who had set up this line. In the future, there would be a great opportunity to help him succeed. However, the price of this stepping stone was a little expensive. It required a total of 5 billion. It's 10 billion. Li Zongjiu asked for 10 billion. I have already borrowed 5 billion from the Shi family. Now I am still short of 5 billion. Shi Shu said slowly. Looking at Zhao Jingxuan's surprised eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Was there something wrong with this guy's eyes? So that's how it is. Brother Shi Shu, give me the 5 billion. Give me 3 days. I will help you settle it, but regarding Li Zongjiu's help, you must keep it a secret for me. How about it? Even if it's the Shi family, you can't reveal it. I won't charge you any interest. Zhao Jingxian said immediately. With Shi Shu's intelligence, he immediately understood Zhao Jingxuan's thoughts. Although Zhao Jingxian wanted to make use of Li Zongjiu, the most important thing for Shi Shu now was to cure his illness. Nothing else mattered. 3 days is too long. I only have 2 days left. If I can't gather the money in 2 days, I will miss the deadline. Shi Shu said. 5 days had passed since the day of the competition. Today was the 6th day. If he couldn't gather the money by tomorrow, he would really die. 2 days, fine. Zhao Jingxian gritted his teeth. If he used his own resources, it wouldn't be difficult to transfer 5 billion. After all, he was borrowing and not directly asking for it. In that case, thank you Brother Zhao for your help. After this, Shi Shu will definitely repay your kindness. Chapter 450. Although Shi Shu had entrusted the task to Zhao Jingxian, he wasn't idle. He had some elixirs that he had refined in the past. If he sold them, they could be exchanged for some money. Although it was a drop in the bucket compared to 10 billion, it was still his full strength. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, the first person to look for Li Zongjiu wasn't Zhao Jingxuan's men, nor was it the Special Envoy Department. It was the 7-Star Fire Room. 7-Star Fire Room's invitation card? I'm not free. Li Zongjiu received the invitation card from the 7-Star Fire Room and threw it to the side. The 7-Star Fire Room was a huge source of income. If he could establish a relationship with the 7-Star Fire Room, he would definitely be able to earn a huge sum of money. With this money tree, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money in the future. However, when the guard at the door saw Li Zongjiu throw the invitation card away, he immediately gave Li Zongjiu a thumbs up in his heart. He was simply too awesome. Young Master Li, please wait. Li Zhongjiu was about to make a trip to the relay station to send a letter back to ask about the current situation in the family. However, he was stopped by a woman. Judging from her attire, she should be a maid with a high status. At the very least, her eyes did not have the expression of an ordinary maid. Instead, there was a light in her eyes that belonged to an intelligent person. This was a confidence that ordinary maids didn't have. At this moment, she stood in front of Li Zhongjiu with a certain amount of confidence. It wasn't only because of her intelligence, but also because of her appearance. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't stop walking. He walked straight past her. No matter how big the world was, it wasn't as big as writing a letter back. The maid, Xiao Zhao, was sent by Song Jieyu. She was also Song Jieyu's right-hand woman. Many things were handled by Xiao Zhao. She naturally knew that with Li Zhongjiu's unruly character, it was impossible to invite him over with just an invitation card. She had to personally appear. Therefore, after delivering the letter, she waited at the side for Li Zhongjiu to appear. In less than half an hour, she saw Li Zhongjiu come out. She immediately came out and wanted to call out to Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu acted as if he didn't hear her and walked past her. This immediately made Xiao Zhao feel as if she had no face left. I, a great beauty, am standing right in front of you, and you actually ignored me. Although Xiao Zhao admitted that she didn't have the temperament of a young lady, in the eyes of ordinary people, she was already a top beauty. Young Master Li, wait a moment. I'm from the 7-star fire room. Xiao Zhao immediately lifted her skirt and chased after Li Zhongjiu. She wanted to talk to Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu still walked quickly. Do you have a carriage? Li Zhongjiu suddenly turned his head and asked. An carriage? Yes, it's right there. Xiao Zhao pointed at the carriage that was parked not far behind them. A red horse was standing quietly in front of it. The interior of the carriage could only be considered mediocre. Get on. Li Zhongjiu directly got on the carriage. Xiao Zhao didn't react. Did Li Zhongjiu agree or not? If he didn't agree, then why did he get on her carriage? Moreover, a man and a woman alone in a carriage. If someone saw this, how was she going to explain it? Are you coming up or not? Li Zhongjiu lifted the curtain and shouted at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao stood in the same place. She was immediately embarrassed by Li Zhongjiu's actions. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this Li Zhongjiu wanted her to serve him? Ba, how could he be so shameless? He actually wanted to rely on the Mrs. Favor to make such an excessive request. However, when she thought about it, Li Zhongjiu was the #1 genius in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manners freshman list. A few days ago, he defeated everyone in the 3 Great Medicine Manners exchange competition and obtained the first place. At the same time, he also obtained the qualifications of an imperial alchemist. Thinking about it this way, this Li Zhongjiu was indeed very outstanding. At the very least, he was definitely a top-notch existence among his peers. While she was thinking, she actually got into the carriage without anyone noticing. To the courier station. The coachman immediately urged the carriage and set off leisurely. Since Lord Xiao Zhao didn't say that he would chase Li Zhongjiu away, the coachman naturally didn't dare to. What do you want from me? Just say it. Li Zhongjiu asked. There were quite a lot of things that happened recently. First, there was the matter of the Great Joy Casino. Then, there was the matter of the Azure Dragon Gang. Then, there was the matter of the Great Desolate Sky Scorpion's poison. Now, the 7-star fire room was looking for him. He didn't know what they wanted from him. This is our 7-star fire room's newest Yuan tool, Raging Dragon Capturing. Xiao Zhao took out a picture book. At first, he thought that Li Zhongjiu was going to go berserk the moment he got on the carriage. At that time, Xiao Zhao was still thinking about whether he should kick him off. However, looking at Li Zhongjiu's eyes, it seemed that he was completely uninterested in him. This made Xiao Zhao feel a little disappointed. I know, get to the point. Xiao Zhao looked at Li Zongjiu in astonishment. This raging dragon capturing was the newest yuan tool. As a man, he should at least be curious about this yuan tool. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's expression, it seemed like he really knew about this raging dragon capturing. We would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for raging dragon capturing. In return, the 7-star fire room will give you a new sample of every new raging flames dragon slaying flames. Xiao Zhao said. Every time there was an update, he would send a copy to Li Zongjiu. How do I endorse it? Hold it and speak? Li Zongjiu asked. Li Zongjiu also had a good impression of this raging dragon capturing. If it wasn't for this raging dragon capturing, Li Zongjiu would have been killed by his enemies long ago. As for whether his enemies from back then would become his enemies in this world, Li Zongjiu still had to wait and see. If there were any signs of it, Li Zongjiu would directly kill him. You agree? Xiao Zhao was a little surprised. After all, this kind of thing was something that most people would consider for a long time. Of course, it wasn't really considered, but in order to obtain more benefits, they would ask for a higher price. That was why they kept delaying it. There had never been anyone who could directly agree to it. Therefore, Xiao Zhao was a little surprised. If it's not too troublesome, I've been quite busy recently. Li Zongjiu said. Xiao Zhao didn't expect this cooperation to be settled so quickly. It's not troublesome. On the 10th day of the 10th month, there will be a yuan weapon display on the peak of Golden Mountain. At that time, you only need to use this raging dragon capturing to defeat the other yuan weapons. In King City, the 7-star fire room wasn't the only one developing yuan weapons. There would also be many people who would come to study this yuan tool. If they were able to create a powerful yuan tool, they would definitely become the center of attention. For many people, this was also a grand event, an opportunity to truly showcase themselves. Chapter 451. October 10th was definitely a big day in the yuan weapon world. Many yuan weapon grandmasters in the sacred Flame Royal City would take out their own yuan weapons in hopes of breaking through the encirclement of yuan weapons. The competition was naturally an extremely cruel thing. However, if one could emerge victorious, one's reputation would definitely soar. Regardless of whether it was the designer of the yuan weapon or the merchant behind it, they would all benefit immensely. 10th of October? That's next month. Sure. Li Zongjiu nodded. All right then. It's not that Mr. Li doesn't trust you. However, both of us have to sign an authorization contract. It's also for the sake of going through the process and ensuring that there's a guarantee. Xiao Zhao took out a contract in his hand. However, he spoke very carefully because he was worried that Li Zongjiu would get angry. One must know that many experts would think that he was looking down on Li Zongjiu by signing this contract. They would think that Li Zongjiu was an untrustworthy person. Therefore, every time they reached this stage, they would need to coax and coax. However, Li Zongjiu was very straightforward and directly pressed his thumb on the contract. The contract was just a joke. To a true expert, it was useless. It was also useless for petty people. This was just an agreement between gentlemen. Of course, this was under the condition that Li Zongjiu was strong. If Li Zongjiu was really just an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, the 7-star fire room would have 100 ways to get back their benefits. Xiao Zhao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Li Zongjiu press his thumb on the contract. Originally, a business negotiation of this level should be a piece of cake for Xiao Zhao. However, when he faced Li Zongjiu, he couldn't help but feel some other emotions. He even felt that Li Zongjiu was a very difficult person to deal with. After all, he dared to kick Han Wuxiu, the commander of the Special Envoys Department, in front of so many people. That was a pretty awesome thing. That was why Xiao Zhao thought that Li Zongjiu's temper wasn't that good. However, after interacting with Li Zongjiu for a while, Xiao Zhao realized that Li Zongjiu wasn't as irritable and dissatisfied as he thought. He even had violent tendencies. Although he was a little cold and aloof, he still gave people a feeling that he was very reasonable. "Congratulations, young Master Li. I hope that our future cooperation will be even more pleasant," Xiao Zhao said with a smile. He reached out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Li Zongjiu. At this moment, the carriage suddenly jolted. The force of the jolting caused Xiao Zhao to almost fly towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu pushed Xiao Zhao back to his seat with one hand. This made Xiao Zhao feel ashamed and angry. "What's going on outside?" "Lord Xiao Zhao, it's the Special Envoys Department. They are inspecting the carriage." Because the relay station wasn't far from the city gate, if they were to go near the relay station, they would have to conduct a strict inspection. These days, it could be said that a bloody storm had been secretly stirred up in the sacred flame royal city. Someone had to settle this storm of blood and carnage. Now, the person to handle this storm was Sima Xingyan. His subordinates were also investigating day and night. They had to find the assassin that day. It was said that an unidentified person was caught at the scene on that day. Moreover, he was armed with a murder weapon and had disguised himself. He was directly arrested and sent to the Special Envoys Department's prison. He was being interrogated and was most likely left with half his life. "Don't they know that this is the 7-Star Fire Company's carriage?" Xiao Zhao's face suddenly turned ugly. Although Xiao Zhao wasn't someone with a high status, this carriage had the 7-Star Fire Company's flag. If they were to move around in the city, other ordinary carriages would have to make way for them. And this kind of inspection was the most common method. It was basically not used on people like them. After all, they did not pay a huge amount of taxes every year for nothing. If they didn't pay the taxes and pay the money, the Special Envoys Department wouldn't have the money to buy equipment. They didn't even know where to get their offerings. "Everyone in the carriage, get down." Suddenly, there was a loud bang outside the carriage. It was extremely rough. "Stop." Xiao Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. She walked out of the carriage and found that there was a long line in front of her. Everyone was being inspected. Is this how the Special Envoys Department does things? We are all law-abiding citizens. You have the right to inspect, but you have no right to slap our carriage. Who taught you to do things like this? After Xiao Zhao walked out, she immediately reprimanded. That person was just an executive emissary. It was just that he had been doing these things for the past few days, so his temper was really bad. He didn't expect to meet a little hedgehog like Xiao Zhao. This gave them a headache. However, as a member of the Special Envoys Department, they couldn't possibly lower their heads to a maid from the 7-Star Fire Company. "These people were taught by me. Do you have any objections?" Just when the executive emissary didn't know how to respond. It was a calm voice with a hint of aggression. His tone was also extremely domineering. After seeing this, the surrounding executive emissaries immediately bowed to the person who came. "Greetings, Commander." "Greetings, Commander." When Xiao Zhao saw the person who came, his expression changed. This was because the person who came was the commander, Han Wuxiu. How dare a mere maidservant in the 7-Star Fire Room criticize a special envoy from the Special Envoy Department of the Imperial Court? Are you trying to rebel? Men, take her down. Han Wuxiu had become a little strange recently. Ever since he was slapped twice by Li Zongjiu, his entire person seemed to have become gloomy. When he saw Xiao Zhao, he even dared to criticize his subordinates and shout at them. If the person who came down from the carriage today was Song Jieyu, perhaps things would have calmed down a little. After all, Song Jieyu's status was not to be trifled with. However, a mere maid by Song Jieyu's side dared to show off in front of him. "I'm afraid that you're mistaken." Xiao Zhao's face instantly turned pale. Originally, she was worried that the other party's behavior would offend Li Zongjiu. If she was alone, although she would be dissatisfied, she would naturally let it go easily. However, now that Li Zongjiu was in the carriage, he didn't do anything after frightening the guest. It was inevitable that Li Zongjio would be dissatisfied. However, what was even more unexpected was that she had offended Han Wuxiu because of this. Everyone knew that the consequences of offending Han Wuxiu would be miserable. Just when the special envoys rushed up and surrounded the carriage, a figure came out from the carriage. Another figure walked out from the carriage and supported Xiao Zhao, whose legs were trembling. Li Zongjio's face was filled with contempt and anger. I was wondering why I could smell the smell of shit from afar. It turns out that you're blocking my way again. Chapter 452. Li Zongjiu stepped down from the carriage. When Han Wuxiu saw Li Zongjio, he had mixed feelings. First of all, he wanted to draw his sword and chop off Li Zongjio's head, then kick it around like a ball. However, when he thought of Li Zongjio's strength, Li Zongjio's special status, and the warning from his father-in-law, Han Wuxiu could not help but feel a chill down his spine. It was hard for Han Wuxiu to harden his heart and pull out his sword. What are you looking at? You're not convinced, are you? It seems like the 2 slaps from last time did not leave a deep impression on you. Li Zongjio's palm waved a few times in the air, as if he was playing with water. Han Wuxiu subconsciously took a step back, afraid that Li Zongjio's slap would land on his body. So it's lordly. Then there's no need to investigate. Let him go. In the end, Han Wuxiu chose to bear with it for the time being. He did not have any evidence against Li Zongjio, so he had to wait until Han Wuxiu found something that could be used against Li Zongjio or created an opportunity. Li Zongjio only needed a moment to consign Li Zongjio, the so-called imperial alchemist, to eternal damnation. Han Wuxiu knew that he had to wait for such an opportunity. Therefore, it was not the right time to start a conflict with Li Zongjio. He immediately called his men back and prepared to leave. When he saw that Han Wuxiu and his men were about to leave, Xiao Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he stole a glance at Li Zongjio, who stood up for him. Stop right there. However, Li Zongjio did not intend to let it go so easily. When did I say that you could leave? You piece of shit! Li Zongjio shouted. His voice was so loud that almost everyone around could hear him. Was this piece of shit used to describe Lord Han Wuxiu? Some of the executive envoys were scared out of their wit. Some of them were newcomers and hadn't been in the joyous heavenly restaurant at that time. They had seen Li Zongjio's incomparably arrogant scene with their own eyes. None of them wasn't shocked after seeing it. This was the commander. A casual sentence from him could make Li Zongjio lose his head. Was Li Zongjio really not afraid of losing his head? It was one thing to watch the show, but it was another thing to truly participate in it. Xiao Zhao was both happy and sad at the same time. She was completely at a loss because she didn't know whether she should thank Li Zongjio or blame him for ruining her plan. He was right, he was the commander. Was the commander's head. This time, the commander might hold a grudge against the 7-star fire room. Seeing that the people around them were basically Han Wuxiu's men, if Li Zongjio was really angered, he would be charged with obstructing an official's mission. That would be enough to send Li Zongjio to the heavenly prison and give him 100 beatings. He would let Li Zongjio know how powerful he was. Li Zongjio, what do you want? Do you insist on making me your enemy? Han Wuxiu was like an enraged lion as he glared at Li Zongjio with a pair of calm eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through Li Zongjio with his eyes. Han Wuxiu had thoroughly investigated Li Zongjio's background. If he could not deal with Li Zongjio, it would not be difficult for him to deal with Li Zongjio's family. That was why Han Wuxiu acted this way. However, that was his last resort. If he wanted to do that, he would have to be prepared to withstand Li Zongjio's revenge. Now that Li Zongjio was being so aggressive, Han Wuxiu had already given Li Zongjio enough face by taking a step back. But now, Li Zongjio still dared to cause trouble. This made Han Wuxiu feel like he was riding a tiger, but he had no choice. If Li Zongjio really didn't give him face, he would fight with Li Zongjio on the spot. A real man would rather die than submit. Making you my enemy? You think too much. You scared my friend just now. If you don't apologize and get my friend's forgiveness, you don't have to go back today. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Making you my enemy? In Li Zongjiu's eyes, calling you a pile of shit was already praising you. You still want to be Li Zongjiu's enemy? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? It turned out that Li Zongjiu had made things difficult for the commander in order to save her face. In an instant, when Xiao Zhao understood this, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She, Xiao Zhao, was just a maidservant of the Seven Stars Firehouse's young miss, Song Jiu, who would care about her life or her feelings. If it wasn't for the fact that she had her own talent and intelligence, which allowed her to be placed in an important position by the young miss, she might have already been sent to some unknown place. Furthermore, with her appearance, it was extremely easy for her to attract some criminals. When that time came, her life would definitely not be so easy. Therefore, Xiao Zhao was also a very strong-willed person. She knew that as a maidservant, if she wanted to stand out, besides being loyal, she had to learn to endure humiliation. Only then would she have the chance to stand out. For Xiao Zhao, this was already a law of nature. Therefore, Han Wuxiu didn't put her in his eyes at all. Even when Han Wuxiu wanted to capture her, she couldn't do anything. If Li Zongjiu wasn't here today, she wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Even if the young lady didn't come to save her, it was still a question. Everything depended on the value. However, Li Zongjiu was different. The moment Li Zongjiu stepped out, he came to stand up for her. If he wanted to help her out, he would have just let them leave. However, he wanted Han Wuxiu to apologize. It was obvious that he wanted to help her get back her dignity. Li Zongjiu, I'm the commander of the Special Envoy Department. How dare you ask me to apologize? Han Wuxiu was naturally unwilling. His voice was as sonorous as iron, and he immediately confronted Li Zongjiu. After all, it was important to know that things like face were not something a man could accept. What was his status? He was the commander of the Special Envoy Department. Xiao Zhao, on the other hand, was just a maidservant by Song Jiu's side. To put it bluntly, she was just a servant. How could he, the commander, apologize to a servant? Was this reasonable? In Han Wuxiu's heart, this was more difficult than killing him. Oh? I've already given you a chance. You're the one who didn't want it. Li Zongjiu immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his wrists, as if he was ready to show off his skills. However, when he saw Li Zongjiu's actions, Han Wuxiu's eyelids twitched. He even began to feel a burning pain on his face. Wait a minute. Chapter 453. Han Wuxiu said subconsciously. If Li Zongjiu were to make a move, Han Wuxiu knew that Li Zongjiu must have taken some kind of elixir to increase his cultivation to such a terrifying level. Even after nearly 30 years of hard work, Han Wuxiu was still unable to catch up with Li Zongjiu. That day in the joyous heavenly restaurant, he had already noticed that with Li Zongjiu's strength, he had no chance of winning. Only if 3 or more commanders made a move at the same time would they have a chance to subdue Li Zongjiu. Now that he saw Li Zongjiu, he was worried that Li Zongjiu would give him a few more slaps in front of so many people. After all, this was the city gate. With so many pairs of eyes and so many mouths coming and going, if everyone recounted what happened today, it would be enough to spread across the entire Great River. When that time came, he would really lose all his dignity and face. In comparison, it was just an apology. But it was still better than being slapped in the face. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Han Wuxiu gritted his teeth and pulled out the long saber at his waist. He threw the long saber on the ground in front of everyone. No one knew what Han Wuxiu was doing. Li Zongjiu looked at Han Wuxiu with interest. If this guy was a little more unreasonable, Li Zongjiu would skin him alive. When Han Wuxiu went to pick up his saber, he knelt down on one knee and cupped his hands towards Xiao Zhao and Li Zongjiu in the carriage. Miss Xiao Zhao, I was reckless this time. Please forgive me. When Han Wuxiu finished speaking, he felt as if he had suffered the greatest humiliation in his life. Everyone's gazes had turned into long whips that lashed at him mercilessly, bringing him intense pain and endless grievances. He swallowed them all down into his stomach. Xiao Zhao never thought that Han Wuxiu would really kneel down and apologize to her. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She looked at Li Zongjiu and then at Han Wuxiu, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. Just one sentence and one action was enough to make the commander of the Special Envoy Department bow his head and apologize. What kind of strength did he need to be to do this? Let's go. Li Zongjiu did not give Xiao Zhao a chance to speak. He pulled Xiao Zhao into the carriage and ordered the coachman to continue forward. Han Wuxiu, who was still kneeling on one knee on the ground, was left on the ground. The carriage left with twigs and twigs, which seemed to be a form of silent contempt. Li Zongjiu did not want Han Wuxiu to apologize. To Li Zongjiu, Han Wuxiu had to kneel if he wanted Han Wuxiu to do so. Han Wuxiu's apology was worthless in Li Zongjiu's eyes. When the carriage left his sight, Han Wuxiu stood up. The murderous aura on his body was so condensed that it was about to overflow from his eyes. Bastard, who was the one who dropped my saber on the ground? I had to search for it on the ground for a long time. Han Wuxiu roared angrily. The executive envoys around him immediately understood. Han Wuxiu meant that he had accidentally dropped his saber on the ground. That was why he had to search for it on the ground for so long. It's my fault. The wind and sand on the road were too strong and covered the blade. I'll send someone to clean up the wind and sand immediately. However, there was someone who reacted quickly and immediately went up to flatter Han Wuxiu. Under such circumstances, it was considered as giving Han Wuxiu a way out. Otherwise, there would be so many troublesome matters here. Just the things that happened today alone were enough to make Han Wuxiu feel better. It was enough for them to be targeted in all kinds of ways. Given Han Wuxiu's narrow-mindedness, he would definitely not let them off. Han Wuxiu stood up and looked at Li Zongjiu's departing figure in the carriage. He clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. In the future, inform me of his whereabouts in advance. I don't want to see him again, Han Wuxiu said in a deep voice. Even the veins on his forehead were about to explode. After he gave the order, his subordinates finally knew how powerful Li Zongjiu was. It was really shocking that he could make Han Wuxiu retreat like this. Before he found a way to deal with Li Zongjiu, Han Wuxiu would not come into contact with Li Zongjiu again. Han Wuxiu was not a fool. Before he understood the situation, he would definitely lose his life if he acted rashly. Continue the interrogation. Don't let anyone go. After Han Wuxiu finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. However, today's matter couldn't be hidden in the huge sacred flame royal city. In the carriage, Xiao Zhao was also looking at Li Zongjiu. He was both grateful and worried for Li Zongjiu. However, in the end, he mustered up his courage and thanked Li Zongjiu for standing up for Li Zongjiu, who knew that Li Zongjiu would just casually wave his hand. It's fine. The two of them did not speak. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the relay station. Li Zongjiu personally filled in the address before sending the letter out. At the same time, he also filled in the address of the manor that he owned. In addition, he also sent a letter to his mother in Guanxi town. He did not have the chance to show filial piety to the two elders in his previous life. In this life, he naturally had to show them filial piety. Otherwise, he would only have such a powerful strength. In an empty manner. In that case, your entire being would be in a state of emptiness. This would undoubtedly be a very lonely and miserable thing. After sending out the two letters, Li Zongjiu sat in Xiao Zhao's carriage and returned to the entrance of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. After bidding farewell to Xiao Zhao, he was about to turn around and enter the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor when he heard someone calling out to him from behind. Moreover, this person's tone was extremely enthusiastic. Brotherly, brotherly, please wait. Brotherly, please wait. Li Zhongjiu turned around and saw a familiar figure running towards him. It was Zhao Jingxian from the Four Seas Medicine Manor. When did he have such a close relationship with this guy? He actually called him brotherly. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Why were there so many things happening every day? Li Zhongjiu was a little annoyed. Now, he just wanted to cultivate properly. However, it seemed that he did not have the time to do so. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, there was a 5 elements yuan tower. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu planned to cultivate in the 5 elements yuan tower for a long time. The denser the yuan energy in the 5 elements yuan tower, the more expensive it was. Only those who were extremely wealthy would cultivate in the 5 elements yuan tower for a long time. Chapter 454. Hee, brotherly, don't be nervous. I came to look for you because I have something good for you. There was a blunder in the last auction. Didn't the auction of the Compassionate Travel Sex Stone Tablet get messed up? This time, the Zhao family is also keeping a low profile and is preparing to repeat the auction. Moreover, they will only invite specific people. This time, it's an invitation system. If you are happy, I will get you a spot. You got a slot, Zhao Jingxian said with a mysterious expression. It seemed to be a very convenient thing for Li Zhongjiu. However, when Li Zhongjiu heard that it was just a lousy thing, he didn't want to waste his time. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu directly waved his hand. Sell it to someone else. I don't have time. Li Zhongjiu was only slightly interested in the Compassionate Travel Sex Stone Tablet. However, he had a lot of things to do now, so he didn't have time to participate in the auction. If it was really something precious, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to find someone to buy it or directly snatch it from someone else. Li Zhongjiu was still confident about this. If it still didn't work, then he would steal it. In his previous life, this evil lord had done all sorts of sneaky things. He had done a lot of things. As long as it was something that was beneficial to him, Li Zhongjiu would do it no matter what it was. Hey, wait a minute. In order to make up for the last time's lack of hospitality, how about this? If it's an item in the auction this time, I can help you waive the handling fee for 3 of them. The reason why the auction house made money was because of the handling fee. If the buyer succeeded in the auction, they would have to pay 10% of the price as a handling fee. On the seller's side, they would also take 15% to 20% as a handling fee. Of course, this was also judged based on the final transaction price. Just by providing a person and venue to help auction, they could receive at least 25% of the original value of each item. This was the high return of the auction house. Every auction house had a different standard of handling fees. However, the bigger the auction, the higher the handling fee. This was because the service was perfect and the target audience was different. It was very likely that an item that cost 100,000 gold coins would be auctioned off at a higher level. If the rich were in a good mood, they would directly bid 1,000,000 or 800,000 gold coins for the item. Moreover, most rich people didn't have good tempers, so there would often be some short-term competition. As soon as they opened their mouths, the price would go up. Therefore, after many things were sold at a sky-high price, many situations would occur. Even if the handling fee was a little high, they would accept it. It was better than secretly putting it up for sale in the market and no one was interested in it for a long time. I'm not short of money, Li Zhongjiu said directly. Indeed, with his current strength, not to mention the more than 4 billion purple yuan in cash, the pills in his hand could be casually exchanged for a large amount of wealth. Alchemists who truly knew how to refine pills did not lack money, but only needed the herbs and the mood. If they were in a bad mood, they wouldn't want to practice alchemy. Usually, most of the powerful alchemists wouldn't practice alchemy easily. If they accidentally failed once, it would add another stroke to their alchemy career. Zhao Jingxian couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that even this move couldn't stop Li Zhongjiu. Seeing that Li Zhongjiu was about to turn and leave, Zhao Jingxian immediately pulled Li Zongjiu back. "Brother Li, come over here." As he spoke, Zhao Jingxian also pulled Li Zongjiu to the side. That sneaky look of his would make anyone who saw him wonder what he was trying to say. "Come, just come over here. Come." Zhao Jingxian didn't allow any explanation and pulled Li Zongjiu to the side. "This is a top secret. I like you, so I'll leak some information to you this time." Zhao Jingxian first looked around carefully, then leaned in front of Li Zongjiu and whispered, "According to our current appraisal, this stone tablet is very likely the Compassionate Travel Sect's Inner Sect Heart Sutra." Inner Sect Heart Sutra? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. If that was really the case, then the Zhao family was going to make a fortune. In a sect at the level of the Compassionate Travel Sect, this kind of Inner Sect Heart Sutra was often divided into the Inner Sect and the Outer Sect. Only by truly becoming an Inner Sect disciple could one be considered the successor of this sect and come into contact with extremely core things. For this reason, as long as it was an Inner Sect item, it was basically an excellent item. This kind of Heart Sutra was the cultivation method of the Compassionate Travel Sect's Inner Sect disciple. Its value could be said to be supreme. It was even the foundation of the Compassionate Travel Sect. Li Zongjiu had reached the Evil Lord realm in his previous life, and had consulted all kinds of Heart Sutras. After all, he had to embark on this path of pilgrimage. However, sects like the Compassionate Travel Sect had disappeared for a long time at that time. Although there were still a small number of people from the Compassionate Travel Sect in the current world, Li Zongjiu didn't care at that time because there was no need for the Compassionate Travel Sect to decline. However, when he heard that it was the Inner Sect Heart Sutra, Li Zongjiu was also interested. After all, the reason why the Compassionate Travel Sect couldn't get up for half a day was because they lost the Inner Sect Heart Sutra, so their results were mediocre. They could barely squeeze into this first-rate force. However, a first-rate force like this was, in fact, on thin ice. Just the slightest thing was enough to destroy the entire sect. Either they were strong enough that no one dared to provoke them, or they were weak enough that no one cared about them. In that case, they might be able to live longer. "Oh, since it's the Inner Sect Heart Sutra, I want to take a look." In his previous life, Li Zongjiu also wanted to find the Compassionate Travel Sect's Inner Sect Heart Sutra, but it had long disappeared. How could he wait for Li Zongjiu? However, after his rebirth, he actually had the chance to come into contact with the Inner Sect Heart Sutra, so Li Zongjiu was also very interested. As expected, he took the bait. Zhao Jingxian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Li Zongjiu's agreement. Ever since the previous incident, he had already faintly sensed that Li Zongjiu was almost like an otherworldly expert. In terms of strength, he had never seen Li Zongjiu fail. In terms of alchemy, he had defeated countless experts. In terms of wealth, he was already an alchemy expert. How could he care about a little money? Any force that he joined would be able to offer an attractive price. In terms of power, don't forget that last time, Li Zongjiu cursed Yi Lantian and punched Han Wuxiu. He didn't even put Sima Xingyan in his eyes. There was almost nothing to be afraid of. In terms of beauty, he probably didn't lack. Even a beauty like Qi Yanran was secretly flirting with him. He was simply a winner in life. If he wanted to attract Li Zongjiu, he had to take out enough weight. Chapter 455. In fact, this was no longer a secret. In order to attract more interested people to come, they had already secretly released some news. Otherwise, how could these people obediently take the bait and obediently take out their wallets? No matter what the situation was, these things had to be sold. In the eyes of the Zhao family, these things were just commodities. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had taken the bait, Zhao Jingxian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was not easy to deal with such a powerful person. 8:00 tonight at the Cool Breeze restaurant. Don't go to the wrong place. Also, here is the admission ticket. After handing the ticket to Li Zongjiu, Zhao Jingxian waved his hand and left. Obviously, he had other things to deal with. As long as these two people were present, he could definitely arrange for them to meet. It was not difficult at all. If I arrange a VIP box for this guy in Qi Yanran, this guy will have to thank me. TSK, that is Qi Yanran. Oh my god, I don't even dare to imagine what she looks like. Zhao Jingxian was very excited as he thought about it. However, as a playboy with dreams and ideals, he also wanted to make a career for himself. He was not the same as others. Moreover, Zhao Jingxian now had so many resources in his hands. If it's 8 o'clock, then there are still 5 hours left. I'll go and cultivate first. The matter of the Azure Dragon Gang had been handed over to Yinghu. It would not be easy for this guy to escape from the Howling Moon Wolf King. The reason why the Howling Moon Wolf King followed him was to complete the task better. If Yinghu could not deal with the other party, then the Howling Moon Wolf King would have to deal with it personally. In addition, the matter of the casino was handed over to Tai-Fi. The only thing that needed to be dealt with was the Yi family. However, the Yi family had not been able to make any waves in the past few days. The internal situation of the Yi family alone was enough for them to deal with for a period of time. Once this kind of family collapsed, it would definitely rise again. Emperor Xingyan had already expressed his regret and ordered the Special Envoy Department to thoroughly investigate this matter. Apart from that, he also ordered the officials to select the head of the judicial division. It was still very difficult to find such a suitable candidate. Now, everyone wanted this position, but at the same time, everyone was afraid of it. Similarly, many people wanted to deal with the Yi family. After all, Yi Lantian of the Yi clan had a lot of evidence in his hands. Such a matter was enough to make the officials fear him. No matter what, they had to know what the remaining members of the Yi clan knew. Since the most dangerous person, Yi Lantian, was already dead and most of the Yi clan's bloodline was also dead, the huge Yi clan was now only controlled by a woman. If she was not careful, she would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Therefore, the current Yi clan did not have the time to seek revenge on Li Zongjiu. At the Special Envoy Department, no one would believe that Li Zongjiu was the one who killed Yi Lantian. It was because of Li Zongjiu's arrogance and insolence that they believed that Li Zongjiu would not do such a thing. At the same time, they knew that Li Zongjiu was just a petty person who was intoxicated by success. There were many people like him in Royal City, but they usually did not have a good ending. At the same time, they would not last long. Li Zongjiu peacefully cultivated in the 5 elements Yuan Tower for a total of 5 hours. His body's condition was also at the peak of his cultivation. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Zongjiu had already planned to challenge the Genius Tower in 7 days. He should be able to pass all the checkpoints in the remaining time. When he was almost done, it was almost time for the holidays. As for the 7 Stars Fire Room, Li Zongjiu would also take some time to settle it. The reason why he agreed to the 7 Stars Fire Room was because he wanted to establish a relationship with the biggest Yuan weapon merchant. Secondly, the Furious Dragon capturing Fury was extremely powerful. When the time came, he must equip the Li clan with some. It would strengthen his own defensive power. The current Li clan, with the help of a Yuan stone mine and the Fog Snow Pill sect, was developing like a raging fire. Within a radius of 100 miles, the Li clan was faintly showing signs of becoming the #1 clan. Even within the soaring Cloud City, due to the assistance of the 3 great experts, the number of territories they had conquered was also extremely large. It could be said that they were quite fast and had such momentum. In less than half a year, they would be able to become the #1 sect within 1,000 miles. They even had the ability to make Luoxia City a true 3rd-tier city. The evaluation of a city was actually related to the prosperity of the city itself. If the city could pay high taxes, or if it had rich industries that could bring in a large amount of income, in addition to the establishment of the Merchant Union and the Medicine Union, it would quickly become a third-tier city. In that case, as a third-class city, it would enjoy more policies and so on. Even some resources would easily fall into the hands of Luo Xia City. For example, some large-scale competitions would be held, or it would become an image city, and then wantonly publicize it. In this way, the income of the city would definitely soar. The difficult part was how to take the first step, which was to directly gather all the power and promote development. Night fell. On the surface, the Holy Flame Royal City was still flourishing and bustling with people and carriages. For such a large city, the loss of the Yi clan and the addition of the Yi clan were not the same. The influence of the Yi clan was really not that great. Those places that were once under the control of the Yi clan would also be replaced by others. This was the charm of Royal City. Even a powerful overlord like the Yi clan was facing the possibility of being replaced at any time. Just like that, without any warning, he disappeared without a trace. Li Zongjiu set out half an hour earlier. When he arrived at the Cool Breeze restaurant, he found it was still early. Therefore, he decided to have a drink and a meal in the tavern on the side. A pot of wine and 2 plates of beef. After casually finding a seat and sitting down, he heard a conversation behind him. "Granny, what do you think if I change into my night clothes and steal the things directly? They can't catch me anyway. What do you think?" "No, there are so many experts in the Cool Breeze Inn. Even if you fart, you will attract attention. But we don't have so much money. I heard that the entrance fee is 100 gold coins. We even borrowed money from the neighboring sect to come here." "It's okay, Granny has a way. Don't tell me it's that trick again." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of a bowl shattering behind her. "Ouch, the noodles are killing me. It's going to poison me to death." Chapter 456. In the hall, he saw a figure lying sideways on the ground. Beside him was a broken bowl with some unfinished noodles in it. The delicately dressed young lady at the side seemed to be scared out of her wits. "Granny, what happened to you, Granny? Granny, don't die." Li Zongjiu turned around to take a look at the comical scene. The old lady was clearly a Yuan monarch elite, but it was really surprising that she would do such a thing. As for the young lady, he could also feel a surge of power sealed in her body. If it was released, it would definitely be a terrifying force. It might even be stronger than the old lady. However, at this moment, she was kneeling beside the old lady. She was shaking the old lady as she cried and complained. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to have gone through many rehearsals. "Oh, my lord, please don't malign our shop. Our shop has always been well behaved and the noodles are clean. How could anyone die from eating them? Hurry up and get up, or I will report this to the authorities." Because of the old lady's actions, many people around them put down their chopsticks and looked over. The innkeeper's explanation made the old lady spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. "Look, my granny is about to be poisoned to death. Please don't eat the food here. Granny, hang in there. When the authorities come, they will definitely uphold justice for you." It had to be said that the young lady at the side seemed to like acting more and was even more immersed in her role. She was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. When people saw her like this, they no longer had any doubts and started to whisper to each other. At the same time, they hurriedly spat out the food in their mouth. Seeing that the surrounding guests were about to go berserk, the innkeeper was also anxious. "Why are you still in a daze? Do you really want to see my granny die here? Hurry up and give us 500 gold coins and take us to the medical hall to see a doctor. If anything happens to my granny, I will ask my granny not to let you off even if she becomes a ghost." The young lady lifted her head and said. After hearing the girl's words, how could the innkeeper not know that she was clearly here to ask for money? Okay. I'll give it to you. You two, hurry up and send him to the medical center. Hurry up and carry him away. Be careful not to hurt him." The shopkeeper also admitted his defeat. This kind of thing didn't happen often, so he could consider it as spending money to avoid disaster. He took out 500 gold coins and handed it to the young girl. When the two waiters carried the old woman out, the old woman easily shook them off and landed on the ground. "I can walk on my own." The two of them took the money and disappeared from the street. There's no need to be alarmed. Relax and enjoy your meal. Sorry for disturbing everyone. Every table will be given a stack of peanuts. Just like that, a stack of peanuts appeared on Li Zongjio's table. However, the actions of the two people just now really opened Li Zongjio's eyes. With their cultivation, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state no matter what they did. They actually used such a method to swindle money. They were really too talented. Nothing was too strange in this big world. Li Zongjio only paid a little attention to this strange pair of grandmother and granddaughter. After all, being able to seal such a huge force in the young girl's body was not a simple act in itself. There were still many secrets on these two people. However, as long as they didn't encounter Li Zongjio, there was basically no problem. Everyone minded their own business. Half an hour later, Li Zongjio also arrived at a VIP room under the guidance of the waiter. The auction this time was held in this VIP room. The hall area was not open to the public. When Li Zongjio walked in, he saw a figure in the private room with her back to him. From the back, he could see that she was quite beautiful. Li Zongjio was stunned for a moment. He turned around and said to the waiter beside him, "I don't need any special service. Let her go." On the spot, Li Zongjio thought that Zhao Jingxian had acted on his own initiative and arranged for a beauty to serve him in this private room. Many influential people also had this kind of hobby. It was as if they didn't have a beauty by their side when they went out, they wouldn't know how to eat. "It's me." Qi Yanran naturally heard Li Zongjio's words. She turned around and glared at Li Zongjio. Then, she waved at the waiter beside her. "There's nothing for you to do here." Li Zongjio recognized Qi Yanran. He had a deep impression of her. She was Qi Shaohun's daughter. In the future tragedy of the Qi family, Qi Yanran must have a part to play in it. Or perhaps, Qi Yanran had already been devoured by the blood medicine bug without the appearance of Li Zongjio. She simply couldn't witness the tragedy of the Qi family. "What's the matter?" When Li Zongjio saw Qi Yanran, he knew why Zhao Jingxian invited him so eagerly. Obviously, it was Qi Yanran's idea. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen. He, the dignified Li Zongjio, was actually tricked. "I want to ask you for a favor." Qi Yanran bit her lips with her pure white teeth. She seemed a little embarrassed. However, since he was already here, there was no need to hide it. "You mean the blood poison in your body?" Li Zongjio said with a smile. "Why is the whole world giving me money? If you want me to treat your illness, it's not impossible." 10 billion purple yuan. Li Zongjio said. No matter who came, the price would be 10 billion purple yuan. Except for Shuiyu, who gave him a discount and only asked for 1 billion purple yuan. Now that he thought about it, it was a bit of a loss. However, when it came to 10 billion, Li Zongjio remembered that Shu had also come to find him. If he couldn't gather 10 billion purple yuan, then Li Zongjio wouldn't help him. 10 billion? Even Qi Yanran was shocked by Li Zongjio's big mouth. It was simply an exorbitant demand. "I'll be honest with you. If you don't have the money, then forget it." Li Zongjio was also lying on the sofa, waiting for the auction to start. "Okay, 10 billion purple yuan, I'll give it to you tomorrow." Qi Yanran also sat down. Although 10 billion purple yuan was not a small amount for Qi Yanran, she wouldn't be as embarrassed as Shu. As long as Qi Yanran asked, she would definitely be able to take it out. After all, Qi Yanran's value was far more than 10 billion purple yuan. However, what made Qi Yanran disappointed was that she didn't expect that Li Zongjio was just a money grubber. If a practitioner only practiced for money, then it would be difficult for him to achieve great success in his life. In the early stage of cultivation, He might be able to lead others by relying on his own talent. However, in the later stage of cultivation, it required extraordinary willpower and unyielding integrity. Otherwise, it would be easy to be damaged on the road. Chapter 457. In front of the Cool Breeze Inn. The old woman and the young woman were both stopped. What? Invitation system? What invitation system? Why don't we have one? We have tickets. The woman in white showed the tickets in her hand. It clearly stated that it was the Zhao family's auction. These 2 tickets cost her 400 gold coins. She put on a big show with her mother-in-law to get the money, but the other party actually said that they couldn't go in. How could the woman in white take this lying down? I'm sorry, young lady. Your tickets are fake. Moreover, you're not on our invitation list. You can't go in. The ticket checker at the door said sincerely. Ever since the last person in charge of checking tickets neglected his duty and allowed a person to enter, he was directly brought to the Special Envoy Department for investigation. Until now, he still hadn't come out. No one knew what the situation was like, so now it was the same 2 people who checked tickets here. They guarded the first checkpoint. What? It's fake? How can this be? I just bought it. Look, it's still warm. Moreover, I added 200 gold coins. The young woman suddenly screamed. The old woman at the side was also surprised when she saw this scene. That was 200 gold coins. You probably met a scalper. I'm sorry, you can't go in. The ticket checker was very polite and said very politely. However, how could the young woman accept such a situation? What? Scalper? I've been cheated. I'm going to kill him. The young lady was instantly flustered and exasperated. The money that she had painstakingly exchanged for with her acting skills was actually cheated away in the end. How could the anger in the young lady's heart be appeased? She wanted nothing more than to rush over and directly put the person on the ground and beat him up viciously. We've been cheated. Even the old woman didn't expect this. There was actually such a powerful swindler in King City who could even cheat her of her money. It was said that the tickets were very popular, so when the scalper bought them, he directly doubled the price and spent 400 gold coins. However, they didn't expect that he bought 2 fake tickets. This made the young woman and the old woman extremely angry. Then how much do you charge for the invitation tickets? The white-clothed girl asked. Right now, she was hoping that the invitation tickets would be cheaper. It would be best if they only cost 50 gold coins each. That way, the 2 of them would be able to enter. I'm sorry, we have an invitation system. That means if we don't invite you, you can't go in. Also, we don't sell tickets. You! Forget it, miss, let's think of another way. The white-clothed girl was about to go berserk. What kind of people were they? How could they not let her in? What's so great about that? You just want money, right? Are you looking down on me? Just you wait, I'll immediately buy this broken building of yours and turn it into a toilet. The kind that doesn't charge any fees. The girl in white was directly dragged away by the old woman, and so were the 2 ticket inspectors. They looked at each other in dismay. It was the first time they had seen such a scene, but it was obvious that these 2 people rarely came to such a high-end place like the Cool Breeze Inn. If he wanted to buy the Cool Breeze gang, he would need at least 18 billion. You don't say, that little girl is quite cute. I think so too. The 2 of them chatted for a while and then continued to guard the entrance. The white-clothed girl was also dragged far away. What a damned liar. Damn it. All right, miss, don't take it to heart. It's just a small amount of money, the old woman quickly comforted her. Then what should we do now? We can't even enter this auction. The white-clothed girl was obviously discouraged. They had traveled such a long distance to find the lost item of their sect. But they didn't expect that in the end, they couldn't even enter this door. It was really infuriating. It doesn't matter, we don't have the money to auction anyway. When they come out later, we'll see who has the item and directly snatch it. The old woman couldn't help but say. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, the white-clothed girl was a little surprised. This was because in the morning, didn't her mother-in-law say that they couldn't snatch it because they weren't strong enough? "You're not strong enough, but I'm strong enough," the old woman said very mischievously. This immediately made the white-clothed girl puff up in anger. She felt that the old woman was still trying to encourage her to cultivate better. "Then let's find a place to sit down and see who has the item." In the Cool Breeze Inn, the long-awaited auction was finally about to begin. However, the auction this time was also extremely special. Everyone didn't show their faces, but they were bidding in the VIP seat. The highlight of this auction was naturally the stone tablet of the Compassionate Travel sect. But such a good opportunity couldn't be missed. First, a few appetizers were served. The items being auctioned were some yuan tools and some antiques that weren't worthy of their attention. Although everyone didn't show their faces, they could clearly sense a certain degree of hostility between them. This kind of bidding war was extremely exciting. And there were also various kinds of things happening in the private rooms. Zhao Jingxian was stabilizing everything in front of him backstage. Some small bosses also often had some fun here. However, Zhao Jingxian would ask his subordinates about the situation in one of the private rooms from time to time. If there were any problems, they had to report it immediately. Obviously, the appearance of the person in the private room was also very stressful for Zhao Jingxian. The security of this place was still in Elder Zhao Quan's charge. After the previous incident, the security of this place was targeted at a smaller group of people. Some of the service staff had even been carefully selected and made some record. But in reality, the success rate of an assassination like the previous one was very low. This was because Yi Lantian was protected by a Yuan King elite. In order to succeed, they had to be able to kill the Yuan King elite in an instant. Otherwise, Yi Lantian would have time to escape no matter how weak he was. As long as the guards of the joyous heavenly restaurant, which was Zhao Quan and the others, were alerted, it wouldn't be so easy for these bandits to assassinate Yi Lantian. Even if there was a slight movement, Zhao Quan would definitely be able to detect it. However, there wasn't any sound at the scene that day. By the time he discovered it, Yi Lantian was already dead. Therefore, Zhao Quan had been thinking about whether or not it was a Yuan King elite who had made the move. If that was the case, even if the Special Envoy Department found out the truth, it would be impossible for them to succeed. Chapter 458. Qi Yanran did not leave either. She had been staying in the box with Li Zongjiu all this time. Obviously, in addition to looking for Li Zongjiu, she was also very interested in the stone tablet from the Compassionate Travel sect. Finally, after a series of appetizers, the stone tablet from the Compassionate Travel sect was finally brought up. Although everyone could not see each other, they could clearly feel that the atmosphere at the scene had gradually become intense. I think that everyone should have some understanding of the item that is being auctioned now. This stone tablet is a stone tablet that a top tomb raiding group found in some remains some time ago. After a professional appraisal by our Zhao clan, this stone tablet has been confirmed to be a grade 5 pill from the ancient alchemist sect, the Compassionate Travel sect. However, the inscriptions on it are complicated. It will require quite a lot of time to translate them. If everyone is interested, you can bid for this stone tablet and bring it back to study it properly. In addition, although the specific content of the stone tablet has not been translated for the time being, it can be confirmed that this stone tablet was placed in the inner sect of the Compassionate Travel sect. Just by standing in the courtyard, it can increase the primordial qi within a radius of 500 meters. It can increase one's qi and spirit, as well as improve one's eyesight and heart. The auctioneer said. Simply put, if one bought this stone tablet and took it back, even if one did not know a single word, just by placing it in the courtyard, it could achieve the effect of prolonging one's lifespan. There were many benefits. This stone tablet is the inner sect mental cultivation method of the Compassionate Travel sect, one of the 12 Ferrying Heart Sutras. Qi Yanran said faintly. With just a glance, Qi Yanran knew what this thing was. Li Zongjiu did not have a deep understanding of it, but he had heard of the Ferrying Heart Sutra. Ferrying Heart Sutra? Compassionate Arc of Salvation? Li Zongjiu suddenly understood. It turned out to be this thing. Although this thing was not very useful to Li Zongjiu, he was also interested in studying the legendary Compassionate Arc of Salvation. You know? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu and was obviously very surprised. Qi Yanran had only found some information about this stone tablet from some sealed ancient materials in the Qi family's collection. After seeing it now, she could only confirm it. Indeed, the mental cultivation method, described by the Compassionate Voyage sect, was called the Compassionate Voyage Salvation Technique. If he cultivated it to the great accomplishment stage, he would be able to ferry 10,000 souls with a wave of his hand. As for what kind of realm it was, only those who had practiced this cultivation method would know. If one were to rely on their imagination, it would be difficult to imagine the might of this Yuan cultivation method. The 12 Ferrymen Heart Sutra was one of the cultivation segments. As for which passage was engraved on the stone tablet, he would have to bring it back and study it carefully before he could find out. I know a little, Li Zongjiu said calmly. His understanding of the Compassionate Travel sect was only based on some investigations in his previous life. Qi Yanran did not continue to ask. Li Zongjiu seemed to be even colder than her. He was really a strange guy. However, seeing that Li Zongjiu could help her treat the blood poison in her body, she would stay with him for the time being. In fact, Qi Yanran did not need to continue to stay here, but Qi Yanran was interested in Li Zongjiu and wanted to see what kind of person Li Zongjiu was. The starting price of this inner sect stone tablet of the Compassionate Voyage sect is 50 million purple yuan. Each bid must not be lower than 1 million purple yuan. Just the starting price was directly raised to 50 million purple yuan. If it was increased tenfold, it would be at least 500 million purple yuan. This could be said to be the biggest highlight so far. Even if it was a 5th-grade pill, the starting price would definitely not reach 50 million purple yuan. It seemed that the Zhao family wanted to take advantage of this time to make a big profit. No wonder they were so anxious to hold the second round. This kind of thing was so precious. If it was in their hands, it was inevitable that they would make mistake. After a moment of silence, the scene directly entered the stage of crazy bidding. 51 million. 52 million, the bidding rose and fell. Of course, it was in the form of lights, and the host stood on the stage and kept bidding. Listening to the price rising bit by bit, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran sat steadily in the box. The price had risen to 100 million, but it would not stay at this level for long. 500 million. A distinguished guest bid 500 million. Is there a higher price? The host suddenly became excited, and directly jumped from 100 million to 500 million. The appearance of such a situation naturally caused the host to become excited. This directly caused the price to jump. It could directly filter out a group of people who didn't have enough strength. Those who wanted this item but didn't have enough money would naturally keep bidding. But now, the price of 500 million purple yuan was already enough to make many people shrink back. 500 million going once, 500 million going twice, 510 million, a distinguished guest bid 510 million. Is there a higher price? This was a tentative bid. Qi Yanran also made a bid under such circumstances. 600 million. Qi Yanran directly raised the price to 600 million. Compared to Li Zongjiu's asking price of 10 billion purple yuan, 600 million purple yuan was just a drop in the ocean. These tycoons and families in Royal City were actually rich to this extent. It should be known that in Luoxia City, the Li family's income from selling elixirs in a year, and after deducting the final expenses, it was considered a relatively successful year if they could store 2 million gold yuan. However, 2 million gold yuan was only equivalent to 20,000 purple yuan. Just the random things auctioned in today's auction were enough for the entire Li family to work hard for hundreds of years. Fortunately, the Li family was now different from before. With Li Zhongjiu at the front, they would definitely be able to break out of the shallows. Qi Yanran raised the price to 600 million, but this price was still relatively dangerous, and it was soon surpassed directly. After Qi Yanran made another bid, she did not continue to bid, but the rest of the people were extremely fierce, and it seemed that there were three families constantly competing. The price had reached 800 million. Qingyuan Villa bids 1 billion. Friends, please give me some face. Just when Li Zhongjiu was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard such a voice coming from outside the box. There were also people who publicly showed their identity, but the premise was that their identity could not harm the interests of their auction. Qingyuan Villa? Li Zhongjiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 459. Since he had publicly revealed his identity, he must be confident. At the same time, Mr. Hu of Qingyuan Villa was very tactful. He raised the price to 1 billion, which was equivalent to not harming the interests of the auction house. He just shortened the process. If he had revealed his identity at the beginning of the bid of 50 million, it would have been a threat to others. After all, he wanted to buy this good thing at a low price. That would be unfair to other competitors. It was also an extremely unfair thing, and from the perspective of the auction house, it was also an extremely heavy loss. Therefore, this kind of public disclosure of identity was generally prohibited. However, the other party had already said it, and his background was not small. Presumably, many people would have their own plans. However, the price had soared to 1 billion, which was enough for the auction house. When the others saw the price, it was difficult to raise it much. There was no need to compete for this last bit of price. Not only did they pay, but they also offended a giant like Qingyuan Villa. Mr. Hu? The identity of the person who came is not simple. He is one of the 10 mountain guardians of Qingyuan Villa, Flying Bat Hu Tianshao. Qi Yanran said indifferently. The mountain guardian had directly appeared in Monarch City. Could it be that there was something important in Qingyuan Villa? Just when Qi Yanran was hesitating, Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, was extremely excited as he pushed the price up. 1 billion and 5 million. When the host saw the price light up, he was somewhat surprised and doubtful. Could it be that there was someone who dared to be the enemy of Qingyuan Villa? Moreover, the price increase was not very high. It was just a base price increase of 5 million purple yuan. Basically, at this time, in order to show respect, most people would increase the price to the range of 10 million purple yuan. If it was only 5 million, it would be looking down on others. When Qi Yanran saw that the light in her room was on, she immediately realized who did it. You. What did you do? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongjiu and was extremely shocked. This was almost asking for trouble. If he increased the price by 5 million purple yuan, it was very likely that he would offend Qingyuan Villa. Even her Qi family did not dare to compete with Qingyuan Villa. The other party's background was not simple. Moreover, the one who came this time was the protector of Qingyuan Villa. A Yuan King-level elite. Name your price. That Qingyuan Villa's Hu Tianshao has already revealed his identity, yet you still went to provoke them. Do you want to die? Qi Yanran was obviously very nervous. The other party had already spoken clearly, but now he was still bidding here. Wasn't that slapping the other party's face? This was clearly a sign of wanting to become enemies with Qingyuan Villa. Yeah, I'm targeting Qingyuan Villa. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Do I need a reason to target you? Hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, Qi Yanran instantly recalled some of Li Zhongjiu's targeted actions and some of the rumors she had heard. She had even heard about it later. Qingyuan Villa's Meng Yu had been killed by a Yuan beast on his way back. This was too much of a coincidence. There would not be any ferocious Yuan beasts within a 10-mile radius of Sacred Flame Royal City. The various legions were all trying their best to clear the surrounding obstacles. Therefore, someone had to be secretly involved. Seeing Li Zhongjiu's attitude, Qi Yanran already had some guesses in her heart. In another private room, the black-robed Hu Tianxiao's face darkened when he saw that there was still someone who dared to raise the price after he revealed his identity. However, even though his face was gloomy, he still looked like he was smiling. It was a chilling sight to behold. Interesting. You actually dare to make an enemy out of me, Hu Tianxiao. Let me see what you're capable of. Hu Tianxiao had come this time with an important task. No matter what, Meng Yu was a member of the Qingyuan manor, but now that he was dead outside, Hu Tianxiao naturally had to come here to check and bring the corpse back. However, Hu Tianxiao was an experienced man, so he immediately knew that Meng Yu was killed by someone. As for the decapitation, it was only the final fatal move. Even after the person had died, this move was used to cover up the traces. Before that, everything was fake. The simplest conclusion was that the storage ring was gone. Could it be that the Yuan beast had taken the storage ring with its mouth? Other than investigating the cause of Meng Yu's death and finding the culprit behind the scenes, Hu Tianxiao had another purpose. This time, Hu Tianxiao came for another purpose, which was the compassionate travel sex stone tablet in front of him. Qingyuan Villa had a vast collection of martial arts in the world. They were rather interested in this object that was about to be lost. When he heard that this object had appeared, Hu Tianxiao naturally rushed over to bid for it. Hu Tianxiao didn't expect that in this small auction there would be people who couldn't be suppressed by his name. This made Hu Tianxiao interested. Ever since he entered Qingyuan Villa, almost no one dared to provoke him. Anyone who saw him would have to bow their head and call him protector. The flying bat's reputation seemed to be unparalleled at this moment. Since that was the case, the flying bat had to regain his reputation. Go and find out who dares to go against me. Anyone who goes against me is an enemy of Qingyuan Villa, Hu Tianxiao said to the people behind him. Immediately, the people behind him walked out and found the people of the Zhao family. Absolute secrecy was impossible. In the face of power and strength, everyone had to compromise. The so-called rules were in fact just a joke set by the rules of the game. As long as you had enough strength, you could ignore these things. Continue to raise the bid. 1 billion. Yes, master. This time, Hu Tianxiao did not come alone. He also brought 3 apostles with him. These apostles were not directly accepted as disciples, but they had absolute faith in him. Therefore, he made them apostles. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongjiu's actions. Every time, Li Zhongjiu would only raise the price by 5 million. This was because the lowest price was only 5 million. Otherwise, he would probably do anything. The price of this stone tablet had already been raised to 1.8 billion. Even Hu Tianxiao was a little impatient. What did these people want? Were they here specifically for him? In fact, Li Zhongjiu was here for them. If it was someone else, Li Zhongjiu would have just given up. However, since it was someone from Qingyuan Villa who had bumped into him, he naturally would not let it go so easily. Publicly revealing his identity meant that he was confident. At the same time, Qingyuan Villa's people were very tactful. They raised the price to 1 billion, which was equivalent to not hurting the interests of the auction house. They just shortened the process. If he had revealed his identity at the beginning when he raised the bid of 50 million, it would have been a threat to others. After all, he wanted to buy this good thing at a low price. That would be unfair to the other competitors. It was also an extremely unfair thing, and from the perspective of the auction house, it was also an extremely heavy loss. Therefore, publicly revealing one's identity was generally forbidden. However, the other party had already said it, and his background was not small. Presumably, many people would have their own plans. However, now that the price had soared to 1 billion, it was enough for the auction house. When the others saw the price, it was difficult for them to raise it much. There was no need to compete for this last bit of price. Not only did they pay, but they also offended a giant like Qingyuan Villa. Hu Tianxiao? His identity is not simple. He is one of the 10 mountain guardians of Qingyuan Villa, Flying Bat, Hu Tianxiao. Qi Yanran said lightly. The mountain guardian had directly appeared in King City. Could it be that there was something important in Qingyuan Villa? Just when Qi Yanran was hesitating, Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, was extremely excited as he pushed the price up. 1.05 billion. When the host saw the price lit up, he was a little surprised and doubtful. Could it be that there was someone who dared to be an enemy of Qingyuan Villa? Moreover, the price increase was not very high. It was just a base price increase of 5 million purple yuan. Basically, at this point, in order to show respect, most people would increase the price to the range of 10 million. If they only increased the price by 5 million, it would be looking down on them. Qi Yanran saw that the light in her room was still on and immediately realized who did it. You. What did you do? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu and was extremely shocked. This was practically asking for trouble. If he increased the price by 5 million purple yuan, it was very likely that he would offend Qingyuan Villa. Even her Qi family did not dare to compete with Qingyuan Villa. The other party's background was not simple. Moreover, the person who came this time was the mountain guardian of Qingyuan Villa. He was a Yuan King level powerhouse. Make a bid. Qingyuan Villa's Hu Tianxiao has already made his identity clear. How dare you provoke him? Do you want to die? Qi Yanran was obviously extremely nervous. The other party had already made himself clear, but he still made a bid. Wasn't this a slap to the other party's face? This was clearly a sign that he was going to be an enemy of Qingyuan Villa. Yes, I am going against Qingyuan Villa, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Do I need a reason to be against you? Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Qi Yanran instantly recalled some of Li Zongjiu's targeted actions during the exchange competition, as well as some rumors she had heard. She even heard about it later. Qingyuan Villa's Meng Yu was killed by a meta beast on his way back. This was too much of a coincidence. There would not be any ferocious meta beasts within a 10-mile radius of Sacred Flame Royal City. The various legions were doing their best to clear the surrounding obstacles. Therefore, someone must have secretly made a move. Chapter 460. In a tea-house opposite the Cool Breeze Inn, an old woman and a young girl were sitting by the window, looking in the direction of the Cool Breeze Inn. They were really unlucky this time. They didn't expect the outside world to be so sinister. They even dared to cheat them of such a huge amount of money. It was really a blow to the young girl and the old woman. The two of them rarely went down the mountain. If it wasn't for an important matter, they wouldn't come out of the mountain at all. The old woman had gone out of the mountain several times, so she had some understanding of these matters. She could easily deal with it. She also knew some of the ways, but she didn't know that such a thing would happen. Granny, how much do you think our sex stone tablet can be sold for? The old woman's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Although discussing such matters seemed to be somewhat disrespectful to the sex's sacred object, they only discussed it a little. It didn't get in the way. Who didn't have a gossipy heart? Well, if you ask me, it should be sold for at least 5 million gold coins. Is 5 million gold coins a lot? For such a large number, the young girl had no specific idea. However, since her mother-in-law said it, it was definitely not much different. This was because her mother-in-law was so powerful. Naturally, she could make very accurate guesses about these things. Yes, of course it's a lot. Ordinary people can't spend it all in their lifetime. It would be great if we could also have 5 million gold coins. The young girl's eyes had a trace of longing, while the old woman stroked the back of her head. Don't worry, when our sect rises, we won't have to worry about 5 million gold coins. The whole world will be ours, the old woman said excitedly, even attracting the attention of many people around. The two of them quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. They continued to discuss in low voices. Granny, when our sect rises, I also want to open a tea house. The young girl was almost lying on the table as she whispered her wish. In the cool breeze the competition seemed to have reached a stalemate. Hu Tianxiao stopped when one of them jumped to 2 billion. Very quickly, the door opened and the person who had gone out walked back in. He cupped his hands towards Hu Tianxiao and said, "Teacher, I've investigated it. It's a disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor called Li Zongjiu. He's competing with the Qi family's eldest daughter, Qi Yanran. They're both constantly increasing the price." "Li Zongjiu? Qi Yanran? Hee, since you've found out who it is, then just wait for your death." Hu Tianxiao's eyes suddenly revealed a cold, murderous intent. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and Qi clan were nothing in his eyes. None of them could stop the manor from moving forward. Qingyuan Manor would completely destroy all the obstructing forces that stood in their way. But on the surface, I, Hu Tianxiao, cannot lose. 2.5 billion, Hu Tianxiao said. He immediately raised the price by 500 million more than before. That was 2.5 billion purple yuan after all. To any family, this was definitely a huge sum of money. However, Hu Tianxiao had raised the price to such an extent so easily. Just the handling fee alone could reach about 300 million purple yuan. Of course, this time, the Zhao clan naturally wouldn't dare to charge a commission fee. They had to at least give the other party some face. If they offended the other party for such a small amount of money and made the other party unhappy, it was naturally not worth it. Therefore, the Zhao family would directly waive the handling fee. 2.5 billion 5 billion. Li Zongjiu raised the price without hesitation. It was as if 2.5 billion was nothing in the hands of Li Zongjiu. It should be known that the original value of this stone tablet was only about 800 million purple yuan. It was already very lucky to be able to raise it to 1 billion. Now that the price had soared to 2.5 billion, the old host was already somewhat numb. These people were like immortals fighting. Their casual moves were spectacular and extraordinary. In response, the old host was also very direct. He also wanted to see who would come out on top in the end. "Li Zongjiu, you're playing with fire. That's enough." Qi Yanran finally could not bear it anymore. She turned around and looked at Li Zongjiu. "What's wrong with that? Can't I spend money to buy things?" Li Zongjiu looked at the emotional Qi Yanran and was somewhat puzzled. Why was this girl so distressed when he was spending money? He was not distressed at all. Indeed, he did not feel distressed. Just the cash in his hand alone exceeded 4 billion purple yuan. This was all withdrawn from the Great Joy Casino. In addition, there was also a lot of savings in the storage rings obtained from killing Yilantian, Mengyu, and the others. Li Zongjiu did not count the money in detail, but it was more than 1 billion purple yuan. It was more than enough to deal with a protector. "Do you know who that flying bat is? This person is sinister and bloodthirsty. He once slaughtered an entire family for some trivial matters. His hands are stained with blood, and he is unscrupulous and vengeful. He is definitely not someone you and I can provoke. He is backed by Qingyuan Villa and has cultivated his blood bat technique to the extreme. This person is ruthless and no one wants to be entangled with him." Qi Yanran was a little agitated. This was a matter of losing one's life if one was not careful. How could it be so simple? If it was because of money, Qi Yanran was willing to lend it to him even if he did not have it now. However, this was a matter of life and death. Naturally, she had to stop Li Zongjiu. Is this person so ruthless? This was the first time Li Zongjiu heard of this person. He did not expect this person to have such deeds in Jianghu. Not only did Li Zongjiu not have the slightest fear, but it seemed that he was somewhat interested. Qi Yanran could not wait to throw Li Zongjiu out. "Oh no, at this moment, he may have already received our information. After this is over, we must leave immediately." Qi Yanran suddenly thought of something. Since the other party's character was like this, he would definitely not let them go easily. Now, he must have done a thorough investigation. For them, the confidentiality of the Zhao family existed in name only. If the other party was willing, it was possible that he would directly kill his way in. After all, the Zhao family was at this level. For ordinary people, the information was naturally strictly confidential. However, if a powerful person were to come and ask, they would definitely be able to obtain this information easily without any hindrance. When you're in a different position, the world you see is actually different. For you, the road ahead was difficult, but for others, it was smooth and unimpeded. What's the matter? Don't we also know who they are? Li Zongjiu did not care. At this moment, the other party also bid again. It could be seen that this person called Flying Bat was extremely prideful. 8 billion. Chapter 461. Looks like that guy doesn't have much money left. 8 billion 5 million. Li Zongjiu didn't care about the other party's identity at all. This price war was already very outrageous. On the other side, Hu Tianxiao had already crushed the cup in his hand. The coldness in his eyes was extremely crazy. Even his body was trembling with anger. On the surface, everything seemed normal. However, Hu Tianxiao's killing intent had already exploded. The entire room was filled with a terrifying aura. The three apostles under him didn't dare to speak. If they said anything wrong at this moment, it would anger their teacher. However, the three of them also knew that today's person would enjoy the cruelest and most exciting treatment from their teacher. Backstage, at the beginning, Zhao Jingxuan's face was full of pride. At least until now, everything had developed in an orderly manner. Everything was normal, and there were no accidents. Everyone believed in love and was a harmonious family. Although there was a sense of tension in the air, it was quickly suppressed. After all, these were common occurrences, so there was no need to pay too much attention to it. However, when the last item appeared, and when the flying bat from Qingyuan Villa announced its name, everything seemed to have gone out of control. The person who competed with the flying bat. Without a doubt, it could even be said that there was no suspense. It was directly won by Li Zongjiu. When he knew that Li Zongjiu was competing with Hu Tianxiao, Zhao Jingxuan's heart was already faintly uneasy. Sure enough, just now, Hu Tianxiao's men also came to inquire about the person who made the bid. Under pressure, they also revealed Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's information. This guy. I knew it. Zhao Jingxuan's body seemed to be trembling a little. It could be said that he was helpless against Li Zongjiu's behavior. He thought that Qi Yanran was also in the private room and could more or less persuade him. Li Zongjiu was more stupid and didn't know who the other party was. How could Qi Yanran not know? However, Qi Yanran did not seem to have any influence. She still allowed Li Zongjiu to run amok. 8 billion. 8 billion. Holy shit. Just as Zhao Jingxian was praying in his heart, Li Zongjiu would not raise the price any further. Perhaps he could still save Li Zongjiu's life if he made up for it a little. However, the auctioneer's sudden bid made Zhao Jingxuan's heart plummet to the bottom of the abyss. I'm afraid it's over. Jingxian, your friend is very fierce. Elder Zhao Quan found Zhao Jingxian. However, the expression on his face was definitely not one of happiness. It was as if he was saying, Zhao Jingxuan's friend is really amazing. He's actually able to make an enemy out of Qingyuan Villa. Now, it would be hard for Li Zongjiu not to become famous. Maybe they know each other. Zhao Jingxian was also sweating profusely. 3 billion. 3 billion going once. 3 billion going twice. 3 billion deal. The host suddenly said. When the hammer in his hand came down, he suddenly felt that he was about to collapse. This kind of price tug-of-war was a great test for the host. If he couldn't bear it, he would probably die on the stage. Your temper is really more explosive than your father's. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran in front of him. Originally, Li Zongjiu naturally wanted to raise the price. However, Qi Yanran directly destroyed the bidding device. She put away the sword in her hand. I'm not helping you, nor am I stopping you. I'm in the same room as you, so I must have been hated by the flying bat. I'm just trying to get myself out of trouble, Qi Yanran said faintly. Don't worry, I won't let him see tomorrow's sun. Li Zongjiu also said very calmly. Increasing the price by 30 times could be considered a big loss for Qingyuan Villa. At the same time, Li Zongjiu was also very interested in this thing. It was absolutely impossible for him to let Qingyuan Villa and the others leave directly. What else do you want to do? Don't act recklessly. I know you have a grudge against Qingyuan Villa, but it's absolutely not the time to be impulsive. Qi Yanran, who had a calm and steady personality, became emotional several times in a row tonight. However, after saying that, she felt that as an outsider, she seemed to be overly concerned. For her, Li Zongjiu was just an insignificant outsider. If there was any relationship, it would be that he had beaten her up on the Herb Mountain before and then saved her life. You don't misunderstand. You saved me. I just don't want to see you die so early. Now you should quietly leave here with me. That flying bat won't stay in this city for long. As long as it can't find us, it will naturally be fine. Qi Yanran said. Things had come to this point, so they could only rely on luck. In the future, if they stayed a little further away and avoided this person, and then found a suitable time to apologize, this matter would certainly be resolved. It was not a big deal, but if it was not handled properly, it would turn into a disaster. Qi Yanran had already helped Li Zongjiu think of a way out. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's appearance, it seemed that he did not need it. I have an appointment with someone tomorrow. You can come to me the day after tomorrow when you have the money ready. Li Zongjiu said to Qi Yanran. This was Qi Yanran's concern from the bottom of her heart. Of course, Li Zongjiu could feel it. This was also based on the fact that she did not know Li Zongjiu's strength, so such a situation would occur. Immediately, Li Zongjiu took the lead and walked out. Qi Yanran wanted to chase after him and stop Li Zongjiu. Although Qi Yanran did not know why she was so nervous and anxious, Qi Yanran just thought that she wanted to repay Li Zongjiu for saving her life. However, when Qi Yanran approached the door, she immediately felt a powerful feedback, like endless cotton. No matter how Qi Yanran walked, there was no way to get close to the door. This is a formation. Li Zongjiu, you dare to use a formation on me? Qi Yanran suddenly stomped her feet in anger. If his Yuan spirit was still at its peak, he would be able to break this formation. However, at this moment, there was no way to use the power of her original spirit. Thus, there was nothing he could do about the Yuan rune formation in front of him. Li Zongjiu had steeled his heart to deal with those people. What kind of grudge did this bastard have with the Qingyuan Villa? Judging from the last time when he targeted Mengyu, she should have guessed it long ago. You two, go and block the exit. Don't let that man and woman leave. Chapter 462. Elder, what should we do now? That person must have made a move. Zhao Jingxian could not help but ask. He looked at Zhao Quan with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. This matter was of great importance, so Zhao Quan must be the one to make the decision. Zhao Quan naturally knew what Zhao Jingxian wanted to do. Your friend reaped what he sowed. Our Zhao family cannot get involved in this matter. If your friend dies, it's only one person. But if it's our Zhao family, it's thousands of lives. Zhao Quan said in a deep voice. As a huge imperial clan, the Zhao clan had a large population. This was also the reason why the Zhao clan was able to take root in Monarch City and reach its current state. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to take root in Monarch City. It wasn't easy to raise the entire Zhao family to such a level. If their future was ruined because of such an insignificant person, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Zhao Quan tried his best to persuade him. What we can do is to prevent any tragedies from happening in the Cool Breeze Gang. However, once we leave the Cool Breeze Gang, this matter will no longer be under our control. Zhao Jingxian suddenly understood as well. However, he believed that Zhao Quan was right. But he was the one who invited Li Zongjiu. Although Li Zongjiu was courting death, he could not turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, Zhao Jingxian easily found Li Zongjiu. "Brother Li, the gate is not safe. Follow me this way, quick." Zhao Jingxian hurried to Li Zongjiu and said. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was still swaggering out of the gate, Zhao Jingxian had to hand it to Li Zongjiu. Could he not be more careful? If he walked out, he would be immediately put on a hood, thrown into a carriage, and taken away. The next day, his corpse might be directly thrown into the market, or he might be directly made into human meat buns. Anyway, no one would know. How could anyone who offended Hu Tianxiao have a good ending? Look at Li Zongjiu. Could it be that he wanted to go out and have a midnight snack before strolling back slowly? It was really convincing. Why? Is it because of Hu Tianxiao? Li Zongjiu could not help but ask. He was the great evil lord. Could it be that he would leave without a proper exit because of this little thing? This was simply the biggest joke. If someone wanted to escape through the window or even through the back door, it had to be him, Hu Tianxiao. Flying bat? He would turn him into a braised bat in a while. My lord, you know who Hu Tianxiao is, yet you still went to provoke him. Do you think you have too many heads on your neck? Zhao Jingxian said. Could it be that Li Zong was really here to exterminate him? Did they purposely come to his territory to provoke some strong enemies and exterminate his Zhao family? Don't worry. Once you walk out of this door, it has nothing to do with your Zhao family. Don't worry. Li Zongjiu could naturally understand Zhao Jingxuan's concerns and immediately said. However, Zhao Jingxian made Li Zongjiu look at him in a new light. These business families knew how to play it safe. At the same time, they could stand on the side that was advantageous. Profit was the most important thing for them. Therefore, Zhao Jingxian was quite loyal. Li Zongjiu was a little surprised. When he saw Li Zongjiu leave directly, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but give Li Zongjiu a thumbs up. This Li Zongjiu was really courageous. If he walked out of this door, Li Zongjiu naturally knew what he would face. However, Li Zongjiu still did things his way. In Zhao Jingxuan's opinion, this was almost no different from courageously facing death. A real man. You have guts. Zhao Jingxian also admired Li Zongjiu in his heart. He had already done what he should do. However, if Li Zongjiu refused to listen, then it had nothing to do with him. After Li Zongjiu walked out of the Cool Breeze Inn, he sensed that two people were following him. However, he didn't care. He even directly led the two people to a secluded alley. The two people also felt Li Zongjiu's intention. They immediately sneered. After looking at each other, they followed Li Zongjiu into the alley. You have the guts to go against teacher. Now you still have the chance to report your identity. The two people took off their hats. Under the bright moonlight, one could see that their faces seemed to be a little pale. Their bodies were cold and their whole body emitted a cold energy. Li Zongjiu also turned to look at the two people. Only the two of you came? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but frown. He immediately moved his mental strength in the direction of the Cool Breeze Inn and found that the person called Hu Tianxiao had already left with the things. In that case, he could only cripple the two people in front of him. Senior brother, you don't need to deal with this kind of trash. Just leave it to me. Junior brother, it's not good to be entangled in Royal City. Let's end this quickly. Since Li Zongjiu was unwilling to answer, he would directly kill Li Zongjiu. Immediately, the junior brother walked over and pulled out a cold steel short sword in his hand. On the blade of the short sword, there was a row of small barbs. Once such a vicious weapon pierced into the body, it would definitely hook the flesh. If it pierced the ring in the stomach, it would definitely hook the internal organs out. Go to hell with peace of mind. Don't worry, I will use the fastest speed to remove your internal organs. When you die, you will still be able to see your heart beating. That will be the most beautiful melody. As the junior brother spoke, he quickly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. When he got close to Li Zongjiu and was about to stab with the short sword in his hand, he felt a powerful wind coming from beside him. He saw Li Zongjiu suddenly appear behind him. What? Crack! Li Zongjiu directly grabbed his opponent's head with both hands and gently twisted it. His entire neck was twisted off and his head immediately rolled to the ground like a rubber ball, making a thud. Bang! The rest of the corpse also fell to the ground. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. He looked at the other person who had yet to react. It's your turn, Li Zongjiu said. Chapter 463. This person's strength was almost the same as his junior brother's. Seeing that even his junior brother had been instantly killed by the other party, he naturally began to worry. This person's strength was above his, and it was best for him to flee as soon as possible. Take this. The man suddenly threw out a few poisonous darts, which flew towards Li Zongjiu. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and rushed towards Hu Tianxiao. This person's strength was too tyrannical, and he must leave quickly. Li Zongjiu seemed to have known that his opponent was going to escape. Facing the numerous darts that were flying towards him, he opened his mouth and blew at them. In an instant, the darts were all blown back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The senior brother was shocked when he saw the dart fly back. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be able to hit the dart back. Immediately, he waved the iron rod in his hand and deflected the darts. If he allowed the darts to attack him, it was very likely that they would directly penetrate his body. If that happened, he would end up being poisoned to death by his own darts. And it was at this moment that his figure stopped and was obstructed that he suddenly realized something. He saw Li Zongjiu's figure appear beside him. Fuck! When the man saw Li Zongjiu, who was close at hand, he suddenly shouted in fear. He had completely lost his fighting spirit. Usually, these two people relied on their teacher's name to flaunt their prowess everywhere. They had always wanted to be apprenticed to Hu Tianxiao, but because of their lack of strength and talent, they were not accepted as disciples by Hu Tianxiao. Therefore, his strength was not very strong. It was just that his previous opponents were just some ordinary people. In the face of Hu Tianxiao's prestige, he had long been scared out of his wits. Now, it was useless against Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu attacked, he directly grabbed his opponent's head with both hands. How could this scene be so familiar? In the next second, Li Zongjiu would twist his head off. If that were the case, he would be done for. He couldn't believe how terrifying the scene would be when his head rolled on the ground. No, 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 the shadow of death shrouded him, and in a panic, he quickly grabbed Li Zongjiu's hand. However, he was just grabbing randomly and did not make any movements. Before this, he only saw Li Zongjiu's cold gaze. At this moment, it was as if the Grim Reaper was looking at him. No crack. Li Zongjiu directly wrung the head off his neck. When the head rolled on the ground, it was still spinning on the spot. After dealing with these two people, Li Zongjiu directly walked into the distance. With his mental strength, he sensed that Hu Tianxiao had already left the main city and arrived at the outskirts. Sacred Flame Royal City was huge, and some of the places were extremely desolate. Hu Tianxiao did not like crowded places and preferred to live with a bunch of bat. Therefore, even when he was in Sacred Flame Royal City, he chose to live in a dark and damp mountain range. However, before he could go up the mountain, he was already blocked by two figures. Swoosh, swoosh. The old woman and the young girl descended from the sky, blocking Hu Tianxiao's path. With their sex cultivation method, they were naturally able to sense the person who possessed their sex items. Hence, it was very easy for them to distinguish. There are really a lot of ignorant people today. One after another. Hu Tianxiao suddenly laughed sinisterly. As a guardian of Qing Yuan Villa, he was very famous in the underworld. However, he only met people who did not care about his reputation. Now, there were people who appeared and even tried to rob him halfway. How bold! In fact, the old lady and the young girl had never heard of Hu Tianxiao's name. They rarely left their own sex, so how could they have heard of his name? Therefore, this was naturally not true. Put down the item that you are auctioning today, and I will consider letting you go. The old lady took a step forward, and the walking stick in her hand landed gently on the ground, making a crisp sound. Interesting. I haven't seen anyone who wants to let me, Hu Tianxiao, off the hook for a long time. Since you guys are so confident, I'll let you guys have a taste of my blood bat technique. Immediately, Hu Tianxiao let out a low roar. The yuan power within his body instantly erupted, releasing a terrifyingly sharp energy. The bloody evil qi formed a huge bat behind his back. When this bat appeared, a pair of intimidating eyes stared intently at the two people in front of him. A mere bat dares to be arrogant in front of me? The old lady sneered and gently tapped the walking stick in her hand. Immediately, a sharp aura condensed from the ground and turned into a long blade that rushed towards the bat. Boom! The blade aura was shattered before it could hit Hu Tianxiao. Go and catch that little girl for me. Don't hurt her. Her blood is extremely pure. I like it. Hu Tianxiao said to the apostle beside him. The girl nodded and a set of tiger spikes appeared on her wrist. She then rushed towards the white-clothed girl. You are courting death. The old lady dared to attack the young Mississippi. The young miss was the treasure of their sect. She couldn't bear any harm. However, the old lady was entangled by Hu Tianxiao. In an instant, the yuan spirit behind her rushed out and grabbed the old lady's shoulder. The blood wings flapped slightly and brought the old lady up to the sky. Boom! Grandma, be careful! The white-clothed girl saw that her grandma was caught and brought up to the sky and quickly said, How could these people be so fierce and even capture her grandma? However, the white-clothed girl wasn't worried about her grandma's condition. After all, her grandma's strength was at the top in the sect. Almost no elders dared to fight back. They all stood obediently on the spot and took a beating. You should worry about yourself first. When the black-clothed girl rushed over, the tiger spike in her hand was already thrusting out. In the dark night there wasn't any light. Even the naked eye couldn't determine the length of the tiger spike. If she was careless, the tiger spike would definitely pierce through her body. Your weapon is really strange. The folding fan in the white-clothed young lady's hand lightly blocked the opponent's tiger spike to the side. Then, the white-clothed girl's eyes flickered. The moment she opened her folding fan, a blade of yuan spirit light swept towards the black-clothed girl. The black-clothed girl exclaimed. Before the light swept towards her, it already gave her an extremely terrifying feeling. She lowered her head and saw that there were a few small holes burned in her clothes. Chapter 464. What kind of move is this? The black-clothed woman kept retreating as the white light chased after her for dozens of meters, refusing to give up. This caused her to be extremely shocked. As her figure retreated, she continuously used her own yuan power to rush towards the white light. However, all of it was easily devoured. Oh, this move is called White Medicine Immortal Energy. The white-clothed girl replied in an extremely serious manner. Don't attack anymore. You're no match for me. The white-clothed girl said in an extremely sincere tone. If the black-clothed girl attacked again, the white-clothed girl would definitely not fight back. However, the black-clothed girl's strength seemed to be too weak. Therefore, the black-clothed girl could easily defeat the black-clothed girl. If that was the case, it would be very embarrassing. Shameless boasting. The black-clothed woman had never been humiliated like this. When she heard the white-clothed woman's words, she was naturally furious. Deadly flying bat sword. The black-clothed woman circulated her yuan power and immediately condensed a pitch-black yuan power sword around her. Then, one could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent condensed on the yuan power sword. When the sword was condensed, it immediately felt that there seemed to be the sound of terrifying bats flapping their wings in all directions. Swoosh. The power of the flying sword immediately rushed towards the white-clothed woman like a soul-reaping bell. The white-clothed woman's eyes flickered. She seemed to feel that the power of this move was not simple, but she did not panic. She continuously waved the folding fan in her hand, and suddenly, rays of light flashed out. Boom! Boom! These rays of light constantly blasted out. They swept towards the opponent. Finally, under the continuous bombardment, the Yuan power sword in front of her was destroyed. What? Seeing that her move did not hurt the opponent at all, the black-clothed woman was shocked. Her face immediately revealed a look of shock. The strength of your move is not bad. There was a hint of admiration in the eyes of the young lady in white. However, in her eyes, this admiration was a form of humiliation. Today, I must kill you. The black-clothed woman's eyes flashed a trace of viciousness. You want to kill me? Then I have to kill you. Granny said that whoever wants to kill me, I must kill him. The white-clothed girl said seriously. In the beginning, it was just a fight. However, if you wanted to kill her, she would have no choice but to kill you. In an instant, the white-clothed girl's eyes became sharp. It was like a blade as thin as a cicada's wing. Schwa! The white-clothed girl lightly patted the folding fan in her hand. Suddenly, an ice blade shot out from the folding fan. When this ice snow blade pierced through, it seemed as if it had suddenly passed through the front. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple in this space. Not good! When the black-clothed woman saw this, she immediately wanted to escape. After all, the power of this attack had already exceeded the limit of what she could endure. However, the speed at which he flew was still half a beat slower. The light blade pierced through the woman in black's body. In an instant, the woman's eyes widened. The woman's body was split in half on the spot. How is this possible? The black-clothed woman's face was filled with shock. She didn't even dare to look down. When she saw that the lower half of her body was already far away from her, her feelings were indescribable. My body, this is impossible. My protective jade. Why is it ineffective? When the woman's consciousness completely disappeared. However, what she didn't know was that her body had been sealed in ice. A wave of cold frost had quietly spread to her body. There wasn't even a trace of blood on the ground. Li Zongjiu's figure quickly swept across the sky. He came here to look for the stone tablet of the compassionate travel sect. However, when he flew in the sky, he also looked down at the scene below. Coincidentally, he met the eyes of the white-clothed girl. The white-clothed girl's eyes were pure and clear. He couldn't see any impurities in them. Li Zongjiu felt as if he was looking at a clear spring. He could even see hundreds of meters below. It was this pure feeling. What the white-clothed girl saw was a pair of eyes that seemed to have gone through the vicissitudes of life. In those eyes, there was everything and nothing at the same time. There was pain that was as great as the world and also happiness that was as great as the sea. What kind of deep gaze was this? What kind of experience did the owner of this pair of eyes have in the past? In just the time it took to look at this pair of eyes, Li Zongjiu's figure had already flown out and rushed towards the distance. The old woman and Hu Tianxiao were engaged in a fierce battle. Hu Tianxiao hadn't fought for a long time. After joining Qingyuan Villa, many things could be easily solved by just moving her mouth. She only needed to spread her name to solve the problem. However, she didn't expect to encounter such a situation in Royal City. She had been provoked time and time again. At the same time, the strength of this crazy woman in front of her was really impressive. Even Hu Tianxiao couldn't hold on much longer. Could it be that people nowadays were so powerful? I won't bicker with you today. Leave your name if you have the guts, Hu Tianxiao said in a deep voice. Even though he couldn't defeat the other party, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. In this world, if Hu Tianxiao wanted to leave, there was no place he couldn't go. No one could stop him. I don't want to kill anyone. Hand over the item and I'll let you go. Hand it over? You crazy woman. Do you know how much I spent on this thing today? Hu Tianxiao couldn't help but recall the fear he felt when he paid for it. It was a painful feeling. Although Hu Tianxiao was a member of Qingyuan Villa, he still had to abide by the rules when he came here to auction things. After all the businesses were backed by the Commerce Alliance. If someone deliberately broke the rules, the Commerce Alliance would take action and teach the person a lesson. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos. As a member of the Commerce Alliance, they couldn't back down in the face of this. The Commerce Alliance was so powerful that even Qingyuan Villa was afraid of it. They didn't even dare to touch its red line. It seems like the money you paid is more valuable than your life. The old woman sighed helplessly. Chapter 465. Since he was unwilling to hand over the item, he had to kill this person today, even if he had cultivated in seclusion for many years and had not killed anyone. For the sake of the sect's sacred item, it was not impossible to break the rule. The yuan qi around his body immediately condensed into a terrifying aura. It was as if a beam of light had condensed behind the old woman. Rumble! Countless rays of light broke through the barrier of fog and shot towards Hu Tianxiao. Glaring guardian warrior! What kind of origin spirit is this? You are from an ancient sect. When Hu Tianxiao saw the old woman release her origin spirit, it immediately set off a huge wave in his heart. The scene in front of him was too shocking for Hu Tianxiao. It was rumored that some ancient sect's yuan formula was different from the current one. The yuan formula that the ancient sects cultivated was to comprehend some of the power of the ancient gods. After comprehending it, one could obtain the help of the divine power of the ancient gods and condense the appropriate totem behind one's back. This was also the birth of the first yuan spirit. Later on, the cultivation methods of the ancient sects were gradually lost. Many people no longer understood how to comprehend the ancient gods' power. Until now, they had gradually evolved into hunting meta-beasts and fusing their souls into their own bodies, using this method to replace the ancient god's power. Now that he saw the glaring guardian warrior displayed by the old woman, Hu Tianxiao immediately understood the old woman's identity. He could not say that the old woman had killed a glaring guardian warrior and condensed its soul into her origin spirit. That was an ancient divine power. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. He was actually intercepted and killed by someone from an ancient sect. Boom! The glaring guardian warrior had already sent a palm strike over. However, Hu Tianxiao was not scared out of his wits and directly fainted. Instead, he was prepared to risk his life with this attack. Immediately, Hu Tianxiao condensed his own power on the origin spirit, and the blood-bat origin spirit merged into his body. Boom! A pair of huge wings spread out behind Hu Tianxiao's back. When the wings appeared, Hu Tianxiao's figure began to turn into a shadow. In the blink of an eye, he had swept hundreds of meters away. Bang! King Kong's palm suddenly struck the air, but at the same time, the ground was blasted apart. It formed such an earth-shaking and mountain-shaking momentum. Hee, you crazy woman! You want to kill me? I'm afraid you'll need a few more years to comprehend your divine energy. Hu Tianxiao immediately let out a hearty laugh. Without any hesitation, his body rushed towards the distance. After being supported by the yuan spirit energy, his speed had directly increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared before everyone's eyes. Damn it, that guy got away! The old lady muttered to herself as she withdrew her yuan spirit. However, it was not difficult to find the other party. Previously, she had also left a mark on this person's body. As long as this fellow was still alive, she would definitely be able to find him. After escaping, Hu Tianxiao only dared to descend after flying more than 10 miles away. She concealed her aura, not daring to leak the slightest bit. Ahem, damn it! If this old man had not been through hundreds of battles, I would have been suppressed by the other party's aura, Hu Tianxiao said, still in a state of shock. With her speed, it was naturally easy to escape the other party's pursuit. Moreover, as long as she concealed her aura, no matter how powerful the other party was, she would not be able to find her. She draped a cloak over her body. With the cloak's effect, it could help Hu Tianxiao conceal her aura better. After escaping for such a long distance, it would not be easy to find her. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. This place was already out of the sacred flame royal city. However, it was also a place filled with forests. Just as Hu Tianxiao was about to take a detour to leave this place and return to the city, she suddenly felt an aura appear behind her. Although the aura was extremely weak, Hu Tianxiao could still feel it clearly. "Who's there?" Hu Tianxiao immediately turned around and saw a figure under the shadow of a tree 20 meters away from her. Although she could not see clearly, it was indeed a figure. It seemed to be a young man. "Don't worry. I only have one purpose for coming here, and that is to give you a gift," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. "Giving me a gift? Who are you? Are you from the same sect as that crazy woman?" Hu Tianxiao immediately became alert. Could it be that the people from this sect were so resourceful that they had already predicted that she would land here? It was almost impossible for them to have followed her all the way here. How could Hu Tianxiao not know of his own speed? Just now, that crazy woman had directly chosen to give up. That meant that she knew how terrifying his speed was. Li Zongjiu did not say a word and directly threw the two heads out. Immediately, the two heads rolled on the ground. Hu Tianxiao initially thought that it was some kind of hidden weapon. He wanted to leave immediately, but when he saw the things rolling on the ground, his eyes immediately widened. This was because the two heads belonged to the two apostles under him. You dare to kill my people?" Hu Tianxiao was shocked at first. Then, he recalled that the two apostles were sent out to capture the two arrogant brats. He immediately realized who the person in front of him was. "You're Qi Yanran." "Bah, no, you're a man." "You're that? What's his name? What's his name?" "Li Zongjiu." Hu Tianxiao was immediately horrified. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face. It was a horrifying and cruel smile, as if he wanted to vent his anger. Today, he finally found some entertainment. He suffered a lot in the hands of that crazy woman. Now, it seemed that the other apostle of his was also killed. These three were really quite useless. "It's me," Li Zongjiu said. "Do you think you can fight me head-on just because you killed two of my apostles? It's your misfortune to have met me today. Just now, I had a belly full of anger when I fought with that crazy woman. Now, I'm going to vent my anger," Hu Tianxiao suddenly said in a cold voice. With a flying kick, he sent the two heads flying towards Li Zongjiu. Obviously, in his eyes, he did not care about the lives of his subordinate. Boom! Hu Tianxiao used Fierce Dragon crossing the river. His body directly crushed Li Zongjiu. The aura on his body was like a mountain crashing down. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand, and a flying knife swept out like a transparent object. It quietly hid in the air.